In support of the 4 H Club motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Kyle. And now bringing us the FFA motto is Emily Bright from Toller FFA.
The FFA motto: learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
Thank you, Emily. And now, if you will please remove cover, we will now have our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proud
As with the other shows, both the Lamb and Goat Show are being streamed live on the rodeoaustin.com website. So feel free to visit their website, tell your friends to go to the website, and they can watch the shows today. Our goat judge today is Mr. Kevin Newsom, who resides in Brackettville, Texas, along with his wife Carla and their 4 kids. He has a bachelor's degree in animal science from South Plains College, an agriculture education degree from Texas Tech, and a master's degree in administration education from Sul-Ross State University in Alpine, Texas. He was an ag science teacher for 15 years and is now the superintendent of the Brackett Independent School District. Kevin has 40 years of involvement in the 4-H and FFA programs and has judged numerous shows, including San Antonio, San Angelo, and the Iowa State Fair. Kevin is honored and privileged to be back at Rodeo Austin. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Kevin a round of applause for evaluating our goats today. Our market lamb judge today is Mr. Chad Coburn. Working for Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service for over 20 years, Chad Coburn calls Sterling City home with his wife Tracy and their 2 kids, Addison and Gunner. Chad received his undergraduate and master's degrees in animal science from Angelo State University, where he coached their livestock and wool judging teams. Chad has judged over 500 shows, including Fort Worth, State Fair of Texas, San Antonio, Ohio State Fair, and many more. Chad is a family-oriented man who personally believes in the livestock program and youth development in regards to developing responsibility and spending quality time with family. Folks, let's give Chad a hand as he evaluates our lambs today. Give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
This is just for goat.
For our lamb and goat shows today, 6 in the goat, 6 will sell from each class. On our lamb show, 4 fine wools from each class, 4 south downs from each class, 3 crosses from each class, and 5 medium wools from each class. I have a showmanship buckle and jackets presented in the goat show today, sponsored by Morris Glass, Julie and Carrie, along with daughter Krista and husband Brad. They've been the buckle sponsor for 10 years, owning a local Round Rock business, and have been devoted contributors to the rodeo and youth of Texas. Showmanship's going to be judged throughout the show, so do your best. The buckle and jackets are given in loving memory of Lauren Julich, whose showing career and life were cut short by tragedy. She was an avid Leander FFA, 4-H participant and officer. Her love of showing her animals won her state showmanship awards and prospect shows. This was her event, as it depended on her and not just her animal. Reserve showmen will receive jackets that are sponsored by the Hawkins family, Wanda, Fran, and Bruce, and Tom Jennings. So be working on your showmanship throughout the day. We have 3 more goats to check in for Class 2 goats. We also need a parent representative for Nicholas Hall of Fort Bend County 4-H to come to the gates at the ring. We need one more piece of information filled out on our substitute exhibitor form. So if a parent for Nicholas Hall can please come to the gates at the show ring.
Let's go ahead and get started over here in the lamb side. Got a good class to start the day off with, and I think we've got to build a class around the one that wins just in regards to his type and kind. And still, you put your hands on him, I think he's got more than adequate shape and definition of muscle down his top. He's one that presents the nicer look up front in regards to the way that his shoulder, the neck ties into his shoulder blade, and still, you know, one on the move is still adequate in terms of his soundness off his feet and legs. It's okay, sweetheart, you're second. The one in second is most like him, and for me, he's one that's just given up some muscle shape through the lower part of his leg compared to our class winner. He's maybe not as attractive out through his front 1/3 as he starts to develop a little shoulder in him. But again, in regards to length of body, I think he excels the sheep in third. The one in third either has to be first or third, and I debated on that for a good while because in terms of carcass merit and just sheer handle, I think he's one that you could start the class with. Big and bold in his rack. He's big and square out of his hip and dock and still has a big leg. I guess what sorts him for third to me is he's given up some length of body, especially from his last rib back. But more importantly, as we put him in motion, he's the boldest shouldered. He's the least attractive out through his front 1/3, but a nice sheep. Young man here, I think it was close between fourth and fifth. I think just carcass merit and sheer muscle sorts the pair. Big back, big-ended sheep comes next. He wants to roach his top and drop his tail set. Throws his balance and look off, but I think he's certainly going to cut a bigger loin. I think he's definitely got more muscle shape through the center and lower part of his leg. Good sheep comes next. He gets pretty stale and mature in his look up front. Gets a little higher in his chine bone, throws his balance and look off, and you put your hands on him. Maybe doesn't meet your hands with as much power and shape. Get in right behind him, and that sorts the pair. He's the narrowest tracking and the lightest muscle of the top five. As we look, the young lady comes next in 6. That's a real pretty one, just not stout enough in regards to his bone and foot. Gets a little flatter in his rib. Big stout one comes next. Not as attractive as he should be out through his chest. Wants to roll his hip. Young lady comes next with another one with a lot of muscle shape. Gets a little shorter body, not as attractive through the lower 1/3 of his skeleton. Good white sheep there that's been presented very well, firm and fresh to the touch. Just not enough sheep there in regards to muscle from behind. Good true lightweight sheep comes next, weighing about 110 pounds. That's used to be the top of a lightweight class. He's pretty small, young man. That's why he's good enough to get a pull, not good enough to play with the big boys. Then we get down to a pair of sheep there that just don't have enough muscle, maybe not as attractive as they should be in regards to their skeleton. Good class, good pair on top. Congratulate these kids.
If you place and receive a ribbon, we need you to take a picture at the photo backdrop. Anybody is welcome to take a picture, but if you do receive a ribbon in the show, we need you to take a picture. Our results from the first class of fine wools. 10th place went to Jacob Geistwhite, Comfort FFA. 9th went to Jake Krushka, Reagan County 4-H. 8th went to Haley Triplett, Panther Creek FFA. 7th went to Leanne Parker, Lampasas County 4-H. 6th went to Taylon Eaton, GymNet FFA. 5th, Will Cisco, Sterling County 4-H. 4th, Caleb Cowan, Llano County 4-H. 3rd, Claire Bean, Crockett County 4-H. 2nd, Steely Thomas, Tom Green County 4-H. And our class winner went to Caleb Cott, Kimball County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Our TLBA results for that class. First place was Caleb Cott. The breeder was Davidson McFall of Big Lake. Second, Steely Thomas. Breeder was Chad Thomas of San Angelo. And third, Claire Bean. Breeder was Ryan Bean of Ozona. Also have a Lamb Showmanship Award today, the Tommy Dodd Memorial, which is the sponsor of Rodeo Austin's Sheep Showmanship. Mr. Dodd was a volunteer at Rodeo Austin for over 25 years. His service culminated with his serving as the president in 2006. After his passing, the TDMBG was created to keep his memory alive. The champion showman today will be receiving a $1,000 scholarship and a trophy buckle. We also want to thank our buckle sponsors for the champion lamb and goat today. The sponsor for the show is Flatiron, and we appreciate their support of the show as well.
An excellent class to start off with today in our lightweight division, and I can tell you that just coming here today, it seems and appears to me that some of you maybe that were here last year paid attention, because I can tell you the lightweight class is extremely tougher than it was last year, with a lot more depth and quality, so it made it extremely fun for me to line them up and judge them. Just a tremendous class, and I have to get my hands on them to get out here and really figure out, because there was a few that hit me real hard when they walked in. But the young lady's goat, he's the one that's right today. He's fresh, he's smooth. He's the smoothest one as you analyze him up there in that hip-loin junction. Just a really explosive top, a big, stout, cracked open goat that's really got a lot of base width underneath him. He's extremely cool as he moves out and walks. And he's better in his condition when you put your hands on him. He's smoother made all the way through. He just is really fresh whenever you put your hands, and he's got the power and the look to go with him. A really nice goat. Gets a little closer here in second and third. I think the second place goat has got a little more condition on him today. He's a little better right up there in that hip-loin junction. Both of these goats are really similar. Both of them are really pulled apart. They're wide base when you get behind them. They're explosive down through that stifle. I just love to get behind them. Both of them are stout made. The third place goat's a little thin to me. I'd like to put a little more flesh on him. He's still just a little raw. If I could get a little more cover on him to go with all that explosion of muscle he's got, he could probably push higher up in the class. He's a little raw today. The fourth place goat, I just love him. I thought whenever he walked in, I thought, man, there's one that I'm going to use to win the class. He's extremely smooth. He's extremely good in his hip. You love his handle and his top. When you get behind him and you look at him compared to those three goats, he just doesn't have the power behind. He doesn't have the mass and muscle when you get right out behind him of the three goats that are standing at the top of the class, but a really good individual. The next goat, really cool made, really got that freaky designed up in his front end. You like all that symmetry and eye appeal he brings you. He's just not as wide made. He's not as thick and pulled apart. He doesn't have quite as much shape as some of the goats that come to the top of the class. I really like the paint goat standing down here in 6 from his shoulders back. I love him there. He's got a huge top. He's got the kind of hip that I'm looking for, but he doesn't have the kind of front end I'm looking for. He's a little bit open up in the top of those blades. He's pulled out on the point of those shoulders. And if you compare him to the goats that are standing out here in class, he just doesn't have that eye appeal. He doesn't have that smoothness and that cleanness to go with all the goats that go in here. Let's congratulate him. Extremely good class. Good start to the day.
Results from the first class of market goats. 10th went to Aaron Studler, Live Oak County 4-H. 9th was Chloe Britton, Quinlan FFA. 8th was Rihanna Clayman, Tom Green County 4-H. 7th went to Jessica Spinrath, Comfort FFA. 6th was Laney Osborne, Guadalupe County 4-H. 5th, Kinley Jones, Comfort FFA. 4th, Colton Chambers, Guadalupe County 4-H. 3rd, Jacob Jackson, Milam County 4-H. 2nd went to Rachel White, Johnson County 4-H. And our class winner was Raina Joe Epley, Lynn County 4-H. Congratulations to these goat exhibitors. Our official show photographer today is showphotobykatina.com. Feel free to view and order photos online at their website. Once again, everybody is welcome to take a picture, but we do require all of our placing animals or those receiving a ribbon today to take a photo at the backdrop. Texas Land Breeders Association is proud to be a part of Rodeo Austin again. The TLBA will be presenting an extra premium to the top 3 placing lambs having been properly validated and tagged with a TLBA tag. The TLBA is devoted to the youth of Texas interested in the sheep industry. Its breeders support Texas 4-H and FFA students, realizing that they are the future of agriculture. Extra premiums and scholarships are awarded at the major Texas market lamb shows. For more information about the TLBA, visit their website at texaslambreedersassociation.com. Congratulations to the exhibitors and breeders today.
Well, another really good class in the fine we'll show here. I think we've got 5 on the top end that are certainly different in their type, and yet when we analyze the class winner, at first you can say, well, is he big enough? Is he perfect out of his hip? Yes, probably not. But when you put your hands on this one, he is tabletop level, big aggressive turn to his loin, big rack, very expressive and very fresh and youthful to the touch. If you're going to get critical on him and change him on the move, he wants to drop his dock just a little bit, but that guy can get him stuck and make him look the part. Really good sheep in second. I moved him up and didn't pull him on the walk, and it's not because he wasn't a good one and he didn't catch my eye. Just didn't pull him initially, but I think he fits this trio very well. I think he maintains the top side of his skeleton much leveler than does the sheep in third. And from that look right there, you can justify starting this sheep. It's when you get on top of him in regards to his top side shape. He's given up some rack. He's given up some depth and aggressiveness to his loin edge. He maybe has the advantage in terms of frame size and performance compared to our class winner. Good things in the sheep in third, very fresh and youthful, one of the carcass-driven sheep in class. Put your hands on him and you're not disappointed with the amount of muscle that he has. It's when we ask him to move, he wants to roach his top. He wants to be a little steeper out of his hip and bow his hock just a little, but that's a carcass-driven, good handling rascal. The 1 and 4th is a little piecier about his skeleton. He gets a little plainer and up through his front 1/3 of his body, a little shorter about his neck. Get a little more disappointed on him in the way that he handles over his edges compared to the 3 that start, but I think he does obviously have the added advantage of performance and length of hind saddle compared to the sheep in 5th. Real good handling sheep in regards to just shape and power. If you were to harvest him, he's the one that's going to cut a large loin eye. He gets pretty short-bodied for this particular drive. We need to see him about 2 inches longer from his last rib back, lean him up just a tick in his elbow pocket. Good class. Put your hands together for all the kids.
Results from the second class of fine wools. 10th went to T. Ranger Schmidt of Mason County 4-H. 9th went to Dakota Ferris, Denver City FFA. 8th went to Ben Flanagan, Runnels County 4-H. 7th went to Riley Poppy, Mason FFA. 6th went to Wyatt Cisco, Sterling City FFA. 5th went to Macy Lange, Runnels County 4-H. 4th went to Brendan Cisco, Sterling City FFA. 3rd went to Colton Hooten, Tom Green County 4-H. 2nd went to Rhett Dixon, Sterling County 4-H. And first went to Strand Stoltz, Mason FFA. Congratulations to these lamb exhibitors. Our top 3 results for the TLBA. First was Strand Stoltz. Breeder was Struby Livestock of Wall. Second was Rhett Dixon. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs of Miles. And third was Colton Hooten. Breeder was Renfro Club Lambs of Ozona. Congratulations.
Well, an extremely challenging class with some differences in condition. But when you bring them to me, the ones that I like are the ones that are going to be leveler hipped, explosive down that top, and still put together. It's hard to get to see this goat, but you can see him. He's doing a real good job right there. That goat's the levelest hip goat we've got in the class. He's really explosive down his top. He's got the muscle to go with it. Sometimes he'd let him get his head down and make it a little hard. When he gets him up and gets him right, he's level, he's wide base, he's pulled apart, he's got look, and he's really extended made. Really nice goat to win the class. I love the symmetry. I love the eye peel in the second place goat. I really like how stout made he is. He's really opened up in his rib. Where I'd change that goat just a little bit is I'd like to make him leveler in that hip, pull that tail head up. But he's longer back in that rump. He's longer from flank from flank to flank as you look at him in comparison to the third goat. The third goat's really made nice. He's really stout. He's got that good hip in him. He's a little bit raw today. I'd like to put just a little more of a finish on that goat whenever you get your hands on him. He's just super raw and super green still. You want to talk about that muscle, that expression. He's a little short couple compared to the two goats that stand up in the class today. Fourth goat, I love his top. I love his loin. He actually fits with the first place goat if I had a little more butt down low in him in comparison to the twist and the depth of muscle in that goat and that stands first. He's similar. He just run out right there. I really like the red goat whenever he come in. He's really stout-footed, big old rib in that goat, really powerful down his top. You get disappointed from hooks to pins, and you get disappointed when you put your hands on him in that outer stifle. The really cool goat stands here in sixth, one that just has a lot of eye appeal, a lot of look to him. He's just really green and raw in this class today. I'd like to drop his flank down. I'd like to put a little more finish in him to come out here and compare with some of these other goats. Let's give him a good round for a good class.
Well, a really good class to end up the fine wheel drive with here. I think we've got a pair on the top, again, that complement each other, and then the one in third, to me, needs to start or needs to be in third, and I'll describe what I see. The one that wins the class, I think, is the combination of composition and muscle and quality. I think he's leaner over his rib. I think he handles with enough topside shape. I guess the concern for me is how much muscle does he have down low in the lower part of his leg as he goes away, and I think he's got enough or he wouldn't have won the class. I think he's one, presents a really nice look from profile, really extended up through his front. He's dead level down his top. He's leaner compositionally and still handles with enough muscle. Big rack in the weather in second. He's a little softer in his elbow pocket for me. But he's another sheep that handles with just a tremendous turn to his loin edge, big carcass-driven kind of a sheep, and he probably excels the class in terms of shape to the center part of his leg. Interesting critter in third. I think in terms of leanness and freshness and hardness of handle, he's one that you really like, and she does a good job presenting him on the profile. He presents his nice enough look. It's when we ask him to move, he gets a little staler in his look up front. He gets a little rounder out of his hip. But that is a really hard-handling, fresh, lean, compositionally correct weather in third. Stout one comes in four that's given up some length of body. He's wanting to cut up in his rear flank, throws his balance and look off just a little. That sheep wants to drive so much that he kind of throws his front end out, but he is a big back, big-ended one. He just needs to be longer from this last rib. Told this young man he got real close. In terms of muscle, big top, big-ended from behind, just not as attractive as he should be through the front one-third of his body. Needs to be tucked up through his belly line, make him more attractive. Good class. Put your hands together for all the kids.
Okay, we are ready for our fine wool drive. First place out of Class 1 went to Caleb Cott of Kimball County 4-H. First place out of Class 2 went to Strand Stoltz, Mason FFA. And first place out of Class 3 went to Luke Cowan, Midland County 4-H. Our second place out of Class 1 went to Steely Thomas, Tom Green County 4-H. Second out of Class 2 went to Rhett Dickinson, Sterling County 4-H. And second out of Class 3 went to Reagan Smithwick of Runnels County 4-H. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Results from the second class of market goats. In 10th place, we had Cash Clark, Shackelford County 4-H. 9th went to Riley Arrington, Burnett FFA. 8th went to Emily O'Braden, Bell County 4-H. 7th went to Courtney Demrow, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. 6th went to A.C. Pinkston, Orange Grove FFA. 5th went to Nayland 2, Denison FFA. 4th went to Ella Ray, Tom Green County 4-H. In 3rd, we had Blake Jonas, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. 2nd was Blake Warren, Kinney County 4-H. And our class winner went to Colton Ripley, Robertson County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Results from our third class of fine wools. 10th place went to Cannon Dans, Fredericksburg FFA. 9th was Peyton Saltemeyer, Fredericksburg FFA. 8th, Madison Willoughby, Kerr County 4-H. 7th, Morgan Mathis, Clayburgh Kennedy County 4-H. 6th went to Cass Benson, Irion County 4-H. 5th, Trey Hoffman, Canyon Lake FFA. 4th, Emily Sanderson, Blackwell FFA. 3rd, Riley Ruffin, Mason County 4-H. 2nd was Reagan Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H. And 1st went to Luke Cowan, Midland County 4-H. Our TLBA results for that class. 1st was Luke Cowan. Breeder was Rainey Club Lambs of Andrews. 2nd was Reagan Smithwick. Breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs of Miles. And 3rd was Riley Ruffin. Breeder was Hartman Ruffin Club Lambs of Mason.
Well, I'm really pleased with the lineup and the fine wool drive here, and I'll briefly talk about the sheep out here. We've got a really, really good one to win the lightweight class. I'm really happy with the way that he looks in the lineup in terms, again, of his skeleton and kind. Weighing $130, I think he's plenty big enough to be in contention for this drive. Really up-fronted, and he handles with adequate shape down his top. I'm not going to say he's the heaviest muscle of the drive, but I think for his forerib and his base width, I think he's got plenty of topside shape, got plenty of muscle from behind. I invite you to put your hands on the middleweight, just in terms of sheer carcass power and the amount of mass that he has down in his top. Huge in his rib. As I said in class, he's not perfect out of his hip as he goes in motion, but that one is just eat up with his topside shape, very expressive from behind, and very compositionally correct. Big heavyweight comes to the ring and offers a lot of eye appeal. He's up fronted for his particular weight and maturity. I think he's got enough muscle shape up top. As I said in class, that guy could use a shot more muscle down low, but for that particular weight, I still think he's youthful, fresh enough, and lean enough over his rib. Good seconds that were at respective second places in the classes. They're all good sheep that are fundamentally sound. They all have muscle and structure. There's two sheep, again, that suit me just a tick better on this line. The middleweight's the champion, the lightweight's reserve. Let's give them both a round of applause.
Our champion Fine Wool went to Strand Stoltz, Mason FFA, and reserve went to Caleb Cott, Kimball County 4-H. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. These exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, a great class of market goats and a lot of good. And there's a lot of class winners at a lot of places in this particular class, but there's just one in this one here, and he wins this deal real easily. Just a super fantastic goat that is really my kind. He puts a lot of great things together for me. Just tremendous up through that front end, the way that neck comes straight out of his blades. His heart's really tight. Really super on his bone, really good structural wise as he puts those four legs out on all four corners. He has it just exactly like I like it in that hip, a big stout top, a big loin, and then he just doesn't fall off. He stays explosive back through that hip. He's got muscle, he's got power, he's got bone, and he's got look to go with it. He wins the class real easily. And it gets a little more challenging with some goats that I'm not going to tell you that I wouldn't like to see a little more finish on the second place goat. But I don't need to see any more shape. He's the goat that comes with a lot of shape, just really rolled and grooved up there over his shoulders and really powerful out over his loin. A goat that's just tremendous as far as thickness and touch. You really like that goat when you put your hands on him. Third place goat, really good in his tail set on his hip. I like that. He gives up a little bit of rack expression to the two class winning goats, but a goat that's deep back through that flank. He's powerful back through that hip. He's really stout in his bone. The fourth place goat, really good hip. That's a Kevin Newsom hip on that goat. He's really thick. He's massive. He's long back through his hip. He's a little too chucked up in that front end for me. I want to stretch that neck. The young man does a great job of showing him. He knows that. He's trying to get it out there. Them points on the shoulders are just a little too open for me. The paint-fronted goat, really a nice one. You want to talk about his design. You want to talk about how cool he is, how neat he's made. But then you also got to come back and say he just doesn't give you the bone, the expression, and the stoutness that the goats up in front of him give you in the class, but another tremendously good one. Another really good goat here. One that's just not quite as strong in his top line. He's a little raw over them hook pin joints and wants to jump up in them jump muscles a little on me. I'd like to have him a little fuller out in his flank today. He has true shape on him, though, a goat that has a lot of muscle expression. I might like to pull him apart a little bit. I might like to see him just a little fuller if he showed to me today. Let's congratulate him on an extremely good class.
For our random testing on the drug testing on the goat side, we're going to test the fifth place from this last class. So if a parent, guardian, or advisor for the fifth place animal can come to the ring.
Well, a really good start to the final cross division here. I think we've got a pair on this end that complement each other very well, and Muscle's going to sort the pair. I think the most complete one wins the class. He's good looking enough in terms of his profile and his structural build, and I think he definitely excels in terms of rib, and so consequently he's got more rack shape in him. You study him as he goes away, he's got more shape and flare through his lower leg. Just a really good sheep to win this class. The one in second, if he had a little more caboose to him, especially through the lower part of his leg, I could maybe justify starting him. Really like the way that his neck ties in at the top of his blade, really in an up-fronted sheep, and he's got more muscle shape up top than what I initially thought he would. I just don't see him quite as base wide, quite as explosive in his rib. Consequently, not enough muscle shape from behind. That's where the one in third does come in. He is big-backed and big-ended. This guy gets a little short and choppy in his stride, maybe doesn't cover his track quite as neat and clean as the two that start. But in terms of carcass merit and sheer value, big back, big-ended, maybe just not as sound as he should be. The one in fourth is a little deeper through his breast, and consequently wants to be a little flatter in his rib and lighter muscle from behind. I think he's a little better in his skeleton than the sheep in fifth, but both of those sheep are totally different in their type and kind. Told the young man in fifth, that is one massive top, big-ended sheep that comes to the ring with some structural issues. I think he's one that needs to be extended out through his neck, blend his shoulder blade just a tick smoother, make him a little leveler out of his hip. But that's a really nice sheep in terms of just composition and carcass merit. Good pair on top. Let's congratulate these kids.
Results from the third class of market goats. 10th place went to Callie Grigsby, Brazoria County 4-H. 9th was Taylor Evans, Guadalupe County 4-H. 8th, Bailey Hogan, Franklin FFA. 7th, Carson Goats, Golson FFA. 6th, Nolan Laminack, Tom Green County 4-H. 5th, Kyle Heron, Hayes County 4-H. 4th, Dylan Miller, West FFA. 3rd, Mallory Randig, Williamson County 4-H. 2nd went to Morgan Upham, Kendall County 4-H. And our class winner was Peyton Williams, Comanche County 4-H. Results for Class 4 Fine Wool Crosses. 10th went to Brady Barbie, Wimberley FFA. 9th, Kylie Brown, Llano County 4-H. 8th, Cameron Guerrero, Live Oak County 4-H. 7th, Timothy Maldonado, Crockett County 4-H. 6th went to Avery Flanagan, Runnels County 4-H. In 5th, we have Hayden Schroeder, Early FFA. 4th went to Brooke Fisher, Kerr County 4-H. 3rd went to Colton Ripley, Robertson County 4-H. 2nd was Jacob Ray, Lorena FFA. And our class winner went to Sarita Short, Panther Creek FFA. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. TLBA results for the first class of Fine Wheel Crosses. First was Sarita Short. Breeder is Michael and Jennifer Short of Voss. Second was Jacob Ray. Breeder is Newsom Livestock of Olton. And third was Colton Ripley. Breeder is Renfro Club Lambs of Ozona. Exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. We will be taking a 30-minute lunch break after the first division of goats and after the fine wool cross division.
Well, an interesting class here just in regards to a lot of different quality and kinds. And I think, again, as we look at our top pair, I think they're the combination of quality and structure and still have enough muscle. And I'll be the first to admit the class winner could stand some more muscle, but I really like his kind. I like him up through his chest, really a long neck that attaches high at the top of his blade. And he's certainly more than adequate in terms of shape down his top and through his leg. The more muscular lamb is in second. With that, he comes to the ring with a little bolder shoulder, wants to roach his top and be a little quicker out of his hip in regards to our class winner. But again, I think he's simply the next best option and just in terms of top side shape. Speckled lamb comes in third. He looks more like them. He's a little plainer through the front 1/3 of his body, maybe not as much muscle through the lower part of his leg. But I like his kind, especially out through his chest, better than the lamb in fourth. The lamb in fourth's got a lot of muscle shape down his top. He's big in it from behind. I guess for me, what sorts into the fourth, he gets pretty short about his neck, pretty waisty, and pretty plain out through his sternum and his chest floor. Good sheep in five. I told the young lady on the stand you could sort him as high as third. He's big-backed and big-ended. It's when we put him in motion. He's got more set to his hock and hind leg than what I consider ideal. He wants to be a little rounder out of that hip as well. Good class. Let's congratulate the kids for a good job.
Results from Class 5 Fine Wool Crosses. 10th went to Julia Green, Tom Green County 4-H. 9th was Kristen Cooler, Knox County 4-H. 8th, Carly Jo Funk, Hayes County 4-H. 7th went to Ashley Richardson, Nueces County 4-H. 6th was Baylor Hoffman, Tom Green County 4-H. 5th went to Kinsey Pardon, Salado FFA. 4th, we have Jacob Bagby, Stephenville FFA. 3rd went to J. Ross Smith, Tom Green County 4-H. 2nd was Harley Holscher, Hockley County 4-H. And our class winner went to Lila Brooke Nervig, Highland FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Our TLBA results for that class. First, with Lila Nervig, the breeder was Newsome Livestock of Olton. Second, Harley Holscher, breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs of Miles. And third, with Ross Smith, breeder was Crooks Club Lambs of San Angelo. Congratulations.
Well, a great class with lots of quality and lots of good goats. And I think as the day goes along, you can see that these goats start coming to you and with more condition, more ready to come in here and be presented today. Just really tough on the top two goats here. But I think it comes down to the goat and the hip and everything on the goat that wins the class. Really one that's opened up, a massive width-based goat that's just wide and pulled apart and just crazy muscle when you get behind him. That goat has a big old thick butt on him. He has a big old back on him. He's level from hooks to pins. He's wide from hooks to pins. He's real flexible out on the move. He really holds himself together, holds his spine up in him. Just a tremendous goat. I think the goat in second's probably just a little cooler right up through the front end, has a little more extension, but gives up a little length right out through that hip, not quite as level from hooks to pins. Explosive when you get behind him, but not as explosive as our class winner. Two really good ones up here at the top of the class. Third and fourth, real similar. Two goats that you want to talk about how cool they look. They're good in their heart. They handle good. They're not as wide, top or bottom, as you handle them. They're not as wide from hooks to pins as the two goats that stand up in the top of the class, but they really are neat-fronted. The fourth place goat really got a long hip in him. I think they just need a little more base width. The fifth goat coming, one of the bigger rack goats in the class, really stout loin. I'd like to make that goat just a little more explosive from hooks to pins, pull him apart there, and I'd like him. I love the sixth place goat in the class from his shoulders back. I think he's got the right hip. He's got the right loin. He's just a little too chuckle-fronted for me. He's a little too deep right up in his heart. I'd like to clean him up. I'd like to raise him up in that chest plate, clean him up, and give him that neat design that some of them that beat him in the class. Let's congratulate him. Extremely good class.
Final crosses to check in at staging, class 7. Results from the 4th class of market goats. 10th went to Grace Spader, Denison FFA. 9th was Macy Lange, Runnels County 4-H. 8th went to Jerry Wayne Bates of Lakey FFA. 7th was Cole Sufall, Freestone County 4-H. 6th was Macy Thurman, Randall County 4-H. 5th was Shane Flanagan, Runnels County 4-H. In 4th, we had Faith Snap, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 3rd was Caleb Snap, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 2nd was Shelby Walling, Magnolia West FFA. And our class winner went to Reagan Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
There's got to be 4 because there's another class of them. Well, I think in this particular class of fine wheel cross sheep, I think we've got 5 that are as high quality as we've seen all day. We've got a good class winner. I like him better on the move than I do on the stand. There's time that he wants to put those front feet out. Doesn't make him look as attractive as he really is through the front 1/3 of his body. But right there, he looks pretty good. He's one that really maintains a lot of shape and power down his top. He's unmatched in terms of base width from behind. Consequently, has a lot of muscle shape from behind as well. Really good structured sheep comes in second. There's times that I wanted to start him. I just don't read him with enough power and shape over his loin edge compared to the 2, probably on either side of him. I think he's definitely wider out of his pins and wider based and more muscular from behind than the sheep in third. Big rack, just not enough loin in this particular sheep to win the class. Probably the best profiling when it comes in third. He's my kind from the side. I like him up through his chest and the way that his neck sits on the top of his shoulder. big back. That guy gets in trouble when you study him, go away from you. He's the narrowest tracking of the top, probably 4 for sure. Just runs out of gas from muscle shape from behind. Good sheep in 5, got a little more condition to him in his elbow pocket, maybe not as attractive through the front 1/3 of his body, rounds out of his hip, but in terms of composition and carcass merit, he's big backed and big ended, and I like that about him. Real good profiling sheep comes next that need to be stouter in terms of bone and foot, wants to hawk in just a little, but more importantly, I told the young man, just doesn't handle with enough shape and spread down the top side of his skeleton. Interesting class. Let's go ahead and congratulate all these kids.
Results from Class 6 Fine Wool Crosses. 10th place was Ashton Warren, Kinney County 4-H. 9th was Seeley Hughes, Tom Green County 4-H. 8th was Hadley Stoltz, Tom Green County 4-H. 7th went to Jared Hunt, Calallen FFA. 6th was Kason Griffith, Valverde County 4-H. 5th was Cole Meyer, Blanco FFA. 4th was Mackenzie Retzloff, Live Oak County 4-H. 3rd went to Cade Thomas, Tom Green County 4-H. 2nd, we have Riley Barrett, Tom Green County 4-H. And our class winner went to Trace Davidson, Reagan County 4-H. Our TLBA results for that class: first, with Trace Davidson, the breeder was Long Club Lambs of Sterling City. Second, with Riley Barrett, breeder was Pat Jackson of Christoval. And third, with Cade Thomas, breeder was Justin Jonas of Christoval. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Well, as we get into this class, probably a tough class, a little bit challenging, and I had some goats that I just like to change some places, but when you get out here and you take an emphasis on fault-free, just a really super big racked, big handling, opened up goat here in first. He doesn't catch your eye whenever he's out on the move, but when you put your hands on him, he's wide down his top, he's big backed, he's leveling his hip, and he's got a handful of butt when you put your hands on him down low through that stifle. Just a little more flesh to him. He's a little more ready today than the goat that stands in second. Goat that stands in second's really neat in the front end, probably cooler right up through that heart and that shoulder, just not as explosive down his rack, down his top as the goat that wins the class. The third goat, just a little bit narrow made as far as muscle. He's got the eye peel, the style and balance. I really like him on the move. But a goat that just is a little bit more narrow in his overall makeup than the two that stand in front of him. Fourth goat was a problem for me. Just a goat that's a little shorter in his stride when he gets out here on the movement. He's not real free and easy moving as far as his structural movement when he moves. I'd like to pick that tail up. I love the muscle. I love the top shape. I'd just like to make him move out a little better. I'd like to make him a little better in the hip. Real powerful goat that stands next in fifth. Just one that's not quite as pretty right up through his chest and his heart, but he keeps that muscle and brings himself in the class. Next goat just built a lot like the fifth place goat. Stout, wide, big back, thick made, heavy structured and heavy bone. Not quite as much look, wasn't quite as much flair and eye appeal as you get out on them. Let's congratulate them on a good class.
Okay, we're about ready to start our lightweight division drive in the Market Goats. Out of Class 1, our first place went to Raina Joe Epley of Lynn County 4-H. First out of the second class went to Colton Ripley, Robertson County 4-H. Out of Class 3, first place went to Peyton Williams, Comanche County 4-H. Out of Class 4, first place went to Reagan Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H. And out of Class 5, first place went to Braden Brockman, Hood County 4-H. Second place out of Class 1 went to Rachel White, Johnson County 4-H. Out of Class 2, second place went to Blake Warren, Kinney County 4-H. From Class 3, second place went to Morgan Upham, Kendall County 4-H. From Class 4, second place went to Shelby Walling, Magnolia West FFA. And from Class 5, second place went to Chesney Hubbard, Blanco County 4-H. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Change the way we've been lining them up, have we? Yeah, camera guy. Just film it. Jim Bob, just film it. Well, one time they were facing that way, the other time they were facing that way. We probably want them facing that way anyway, right? We could go back and forth. It's really funny when we put them sideways. Yeah. Yeah, I don't either. Maybe I get paid.
The correction on that Class 5 Market Goats, first place went to Jolie Tuggle, Hood County 4-H.
It doesn't matter. You like them there or there? Yeah, that's how you. Well, a good way to end up the heavy final crosses here. I think we've got a sheep that when he came in the ring, I knew that I was going to start him just in terms, again, of a complete sheep with the right kind of build. He's one that's still extended up front. He's really fresh and youthful down his top and out of his hip compared to the rest of the class. We've got some bigger, older, staler ones as we progress on down this line, and I think he's maintained his youthfulness and freshness, no doubt the best in this class. Young lady in second, another one, you put your hands on him. He's still relatively lean compositionally. Compared to our class winner, he wants to roach his top a little bit off, just a tick in his hip and his hock. But again, in terms of two sheep that suit me better in terms of their market weight and their composition, those two sort up pretty quickly. The 1 and 3rd and 4th are similar in their kind. They're both a little past 12 o'clock, in my opinion. The one comes next is a little more modern in his frame, bigger and stouter in his skeleton and his rib. Put your hands on him. I think he's got enough rack shape to him. He's starting to handle just a tick stellar over his loin edge compared to the two that start. Big Sheep comes next. The young man does a good job keeping him compositionally correct for his weight. He's out there in regards to his overall body weight. For me, he's one that just needs to handle just a tick fresher in regards to his topside shape. Wants to roll his hip ever so slightly. Top 5 finisher here is another one that presents a nice look from profile. He's no doubt the lightest muscle sheep in class, or the top 5 specifically over his loin edge. Good class winner. Put your hands together for the kids.
Well, let's give these first and second place a good round of applause. I think it was a good drive in this lightweight division, and certainly you can tell there were some classes that I had to work a little harder on the depth and quality, but I can say that I'm really pleased. We've got some goats out here that have certainly got some muscle. That's always going to be a big deal with me. If you look at them, they're goats that are still really good up through their hip. They've got muscle. They've got bone. I'm big on having some structure underneath these goats and some stoutness to them. And yet, when you put them out there, they're a pretty package and they're made really good. I don't talk about them a lot in the champion drive. You've already heard how I like them and what I've thought about them. But I think that there's two that hits me real hard. So I'll go get your champion goat.
Class 3. Yeah, those go to the front. Go ahead. All first and second place go. Our lightweight division champion went to Peyton Williams of Comanche County 4-H, and reserve went to Reagan Smithwick of Runnels County 4-H. We need a parent for those two exhibitors to come to the show ring. Our fine wool cross exhibitors in the fine wool cross drive from class 4, first place was Sarita Short of Panther Creek FFA, and second out of that class was Jacob Ray of Lorena FFA. Out of class 5, first place was Lila Brooke Nervig of Highland FFA, and second was Harley Holscher of Hockley County 4-H. Out of class 6, our first place went to Trace Davidson, Reagan County 4-H, and second went to Riley Barrett of Tom Green County 4-H. And then out of class 7, our first place went to Ashton Cooley of GymNet FFA, and second went to Emerson Blanick of Tom Green County 4-H. Folks, let's give a hand to these exhibitors. Results from our 7th class of Fine Cross. In 10th place, we had Skylar Brown, Llano County 4-H. 9th was Keelan Daniel, Fayetteville FFA. 8th was Matthew Eastwood, New Braunfels FFA. 7th was Blake Jonas, Kenyon, New Braunfels FFA. 6th went to Brady Latham, Joshua FFA. And 5th was Kayla Feller, Fredericksburg FFA. 4th went to Joshua Cronin, Shepherd FFA. 3rd was Mason Fuchs, Tom Green County 4-H. 2nd was Emerson Blanick, Tom Green County 4-H. And 1st place in the class was Ashton Cooley, GymNet FFA. Our TLBA results for that class: 1st place with Ashton Cooley, the breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs of Miles. 2nd with Emerson Blanick, the breeder was Justin Jonas of Christoval. And 3rd with Mason Fuchs, the breeder was Struby Livestock of Wall. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
One another really good lineup of crossbred sheep as we start on my right with a lightweight, I think weighing in the 130s. So to me, that's plenty enough weight. I like that sheep very well just in terms, again, of his kind and his build. I think he's a sheep that's good in his rib and consequently has some big rack in him. Got enough shape and definition over his loin edge, and he's got enough in terms of his center leg. The sheep comes out of Class 2. If he had more muscle, sweetheart, he wins hands down because he's my kind in terms of his look. He's one that blends the longest neck at the top of his blade. He's great in terms of his skeleton and his look. Unfortunately, that guy just doesn't have enough topside shape for me to feel comfortable with and using him to win this drive. The one out of Class 3 on the move, I like him as good as any in class. I think he is huge-ended, big-backed, and really looks the part on the move. There's times he wants to get a little lazy-headed on the drive, and it's not the young man's fault. The more he stretches his front feet out, the less attractive he gets. But in terms of composition, big back and big-ended and still good-looking on the move, I like that sheep very well. Good one in the fourth, again, from a compositional perspective that maintained leanness and freshness down his top and over his rib. To get critical on him, he could use a shot more leg down low. Nice lightweight comes out of the second place that comes out of Class 1. I really like this sheep. If he took a little softer step, he might even continue to win that particular class. He's one that's big back, he's crisp and shapely over his loin edge. He gets a little straighter from hock to ground and consequently takes a little choppier step. Good sheep that comes out of the second class there, maybe not as attractive as the one that won that particular class, but you like his muscle. Young lady comes out of Class 3, that's a good sheep. I think he's the one that's got a lot of good in him in regards to his rack shape. He's wide out of his pins. He's got a lot of shape and flair through the lower 1/3 of his leg. He's one that from profile, you study him, he wants to cut up in his rear flank just a tick, but that's a really good sheep. Nice one comes out of the heavyweight drive. We just talked to him as being still compositionally correct, still youthful and fresh over his rib. As you study his skeleton, he wants to be a little rounder out of his hip, wants to carry that hock in just a tick. So for me, in terms of composition and quality and balance, with still some look, the young man in the blue shirts, the champion. Young lady on this end will be reserved. Let's give them both a round of applause.
Our champion fine wool cross went to Trace Davidson, Reagan County 4-H. And reserve went to Sarita Short, Panther Creek FFA. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. We'll now take a 30-minute lunch break. Be back shortly. Give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Really good start to the South Down Division here. I think we've got a pair on the top end that are the most complete and the highest quality, but there's a lot of differences between these two sheep. Can't draw one much better in terms of his skeleton and our class winner, and obviously he's given up some performance and weight compared to the Weathers in second and third. I just really like this guy's kind. He looks like a true lightweight sheep, and you study him for what he is. He's still elevated out through his chest. He blends that into a really nice neck. Dead level down his top and out of his dock. And you put your hands on him, he's fresh, he's youthful, still maintains that top side shape that I like. The one in second, as he came in the ring, I thought I'd build the class around him, and the longer I study his skeleton, the less I like him from hooks to pins. He wants to be a little rounder out of his hip when we ask him to move, because she can flat drive the wheels off of this guy, because from profile, at this view, he could certainly contend to win the class because muscle's not an issue right behind his blade. He's not perfect through his hip loin compared to the sheep that starts, but again, what sorts him to second is we ask him to move. He wants to roll that hip just a little bit. Young lady in third, that one doesn't handle quite as well as he needs to right there in his hip loin compared to the two that start the drive. I like his kind. I like him up front in terms of extension and elevation through his chest. He's good enough in his skeleton, just not enough muscle shape right there through his hip loin to move any higher in class. Move this young lady in the pink shirt up to a cell slot. I think that one deserves to be there from his blade back. I think he's a really good handling sheep down his top, and he's square enough out of his dock and his hip. He's got enough muscle shape from behind. It's when we put him in motion, he gets a little staler and more mature in his look up front, a little shorter about his neck, a little waistier through his chest. But a nice handling, good, powerful sheep to be in 4. Same thing goes for the young lady in 5. Just a real massive rack sheep. I like the top shape that he offers. You can see from ringside that he's starting to get pretty round out of his hip. He's got a little more set to his hock and hind leg than what I consider ideal. Let's make him longer bodied, elevate him up through his chest floor, and make him more attractive. Good class, excellent class winner. Let's put our hands together for all the kids.
Well, let's give these kids a real good round of applause as we head into Class 6. Really a good set of goats. I think the two goats at the front of the class, those set themselves apart. They're just wider made. The goat that wins the class just super as far as his muscle, super as far as that width through his rib and underneath. That goat's got more power when you get out behind him. He stands really good on his feet and legs. Big old pretty stout front end in him and down that top and rack, and you go into his loin. And a goat that's still made really good up through his front end. And I think the power, the sure word power, puts him up at the top of the class. Really a cool one here in second, one that's really nice through his front end. I like the hip on that goat. I don't think that goat's probably as stout in his bones, stout in his foot size, and he's probably just not as opened up underneath as the goat that wins the class. But I'm not going to pick a lot of holes on that goat because he's really a good one. The third place goat, really one that you like to put your hands on. He's thick down his top. He's just a little more frail in his makeup, and the big deal, when you sit here and you look at the two in front of him, he gives up some length of body, some length of hip, and some dimension of muscle to the ones that win. A big old stout made one here in the black-headed one in fourth, one that's big-footed, stout bone, a little rough. I think he needs a little fat. He's a little rough up in that hip for me. I'd like to make that goat just a little fatter and with a little more condition. Next goat in class, really one that handles good down his top. He's a little plainer right through his shoulders and his front end. He's a little flatter down through his stifle than I'd like to see him. Next goat in class, just a little shorter coupled. I'd like to lengthen him out in that hip, but he still brings you a lot of power, a lot of bone. Let's congratulate him. A good class to start after lunch with.
Our Class 10 South Downs can check in at the staging. Results from Class 8 South Downs. In 10th place, we had Dawson Lott, Liberty County 4-H. 9th was Gage Barons, McCullough County 4-H. 8th went to Drew Chesser, Magnolia West FFA. 7th was Zachary Gutierrez, Victoria County 4-H. 6th went to Marty Lumpkins, Harper FFA. 5th was Kenzie Hoffman, Canyon Lake FFA. In 4th, we had Ramsey Zimmerman, Robertson County 4-H. 3rd went to Briley Rader, Gillespie County 4-H. 2nd was Emily Bright, Hood County 4-H. And our class winner went to Clayton Ramsey, Brazos County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Our TLBA results from that class. In 1st, with Clayton Ramsey, the breeder was Fritz Southdowns of Fredericksburg. In 3rd was Briley Rader. The breeder was Timothy Dartez, Fredericksburg. And in 4th, with Ramsey Zimmerman, the breeder was Fritz Southdowns of Fredericksburg. Class 8 market goats to the staging area. Class 8 market goats. Wait, did you say, no, you didn't, did you say goats? Yeah. You did say goats. Results from Class 6 market goats. In 10th place, we had Anna Reed, Harris County 4-H. 9th was Jessica Pina, Clayburgh Kennedy County 4-H. 8th, we had Kendall Manning, Erath County 4-H. 7th went to Jacob Byer, Comal County 4-H. 6th was Caleb Urban, Waller County 4-H. In 5th, we had Dash Denton, Burnett County 4-H. 4th went to Austin Haynes, Brownfield FFA. 3rd was Alec Mertens, Rivera Coffer FFA. 2nd was Neil Loth, Fredericksburg FFA. And our class winner went to Madeline Adams, Brown County 4-H. Congratulations to these GOAT exhibitors. Give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, I'll tell you what, the quality of the Southdown show and the breed that we've seen so far is by far the deepest in terms of quality all the way through. And I hate that the young man in fifth has to be in fifth, because that sheep probably could have won some classes earlier today, and just in regards to his build and his kind. Got a really high-powered pair on the top end of this particular drive, and I just see more sheep in our class winner, specifically over his loin edge, and you put him in motion. I think he's one that still maintains enough look up front. He's not the most jack-fronted one that we've seen, but at the same time, I think he blends that into a nice enough chest and a smooth enough shoulder blade, transitions into a big rack and a big loin and a big hip. Just a good place to start. One in second probably is at a little bit longer in relation to his frame. At the same time, he's a little deeper through his sternum and his chest, and consequently cuts up just a tick in his rear flank. But that sheep, when you put your hands on him, is 12 o'clock in terms of the condition. He's big-backed, and he's big enough to be a logical second. The one in third from his blade back contends to win the class. He's got enough shape and power. He's great out of his hip and dock, and he's got a big leg in him. For me, as he wants to transition from his neck into his blade, he wants to get a little higher in his chine, throws his balance and look off up front. But from his shoulder back, that's a whale of a good Southdown. I wanted to move this sheep in fourth up a time or two, but you study him on the last look as they get away from me. He's the narrowest tracking and the lightest muscle of the top four. He gets a little deeper through his chest, but at the same time, in relation to a lot of sheep on the rail over there, enough muscle shape, enough look, a nice weather to make the sail hope. Unfortunately for the sheep in five, that one is a big topped one. He's probably as good at looking on the stand as anything in here. We put him in motion. He gets a little straighter from hock to ground. He gets a little upright on his toe. Consequently, doesn't cover his track as neat and clean. And I am a structure freak, and I like to show cattle, and so they got to be sound and practical. That one gets a little tight and restricted in terms of his movement. Good class. Put your hands together for all these kids.
Well, another really good class, a challenging class, and as I analyze them and talk about them, the class-winning goat, I'd like to make him a little more extended, a little longer bodied. But other than that, he's really put together. I might like to clean him up just a little, but he's got more natural thickness in that outer stifle. He really explodes up. He really holds himself together better in his hip and everything, and out on the move and everything. And I think he just works himself with less holes in him to the top of the class. I really like the explosion. I like the stoutness in the second place goat. He's explosive over his shoulders. Really a good made goat, a goat that just gets a little too plain in his stifle. I love how pulled apart he is. I love how powerful. I love how big-footed. I just like to give him some more muscle and more thickness as I get down in that lower stifle. The third goat, I really liked him coming in the class. Really one that's level all the way and strong and straight in his top line, good up in his rack. He's a little raw for me right over that loin juncture there where he ties into his hip. That's the big hole in him. I'd like to fix him right there. Next goat really handles good in his top, really level in his hip. just a little more frail in his overall makeup, but you really appreciate that shape and touch he brings to the deal. Fifth place goat, one that I like the muscle, I like the length of body to him. A goat that's probably just a little more narrow underneath. He's not as open up in his rib cage and everything as some of the ones that are standing in front of him. Sixth place goat, one that you want to compliment him on his stoutness. He's big bone, big footed, a little bit raw made, a little bit rounder in his front end of his shoulder and a little rounder off his hip, but a really nice class. Let's congratulate him on a good job.
Results from Class 9 South Downs. 10th place went to Blake Warren, Kinney County 4-H. 9th was Catherine Hyman, Sandra Day O'Connor FFA. 8th went to Madison Barbie, Wimberley FFA. 7th was Madeline Howell, Smithson Valley FFA. 6th was Rihanna Clayman, Tom Green County 4-H. 5th went to John Austin North, Crum FFA. 4th was Grady Lee, Nueces County 4-H. In 3rd, we had Gentry Phillips, Comfort FFA. 2nd was Hudson Lee, Nueces County 4-H. And our class winner went to Carson Milliken, Gaines County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. TLBA results for that class. In 1st, with Carson Milliken, the breeder was Fritz Southdowns of Fredericksburg. 2nd, with Hudson Lee, the breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs of Miles. And 3rd, with Gentry Phillips, the breeder was West Southdowns of Bryan. Results from Class 7 Market Goats. In 10th place, we had Harley Holscher, Hockley County 4-H. 9th was Thomas McElroy, Midland County 4-H. 8th went to Dawson Lott, Liberty County 4-H. 7th was Cooper LeBun, Gonzales County 4-H. 6th was Catherine Perez, Johnson County 4-H. 5th went to Letty Tuggle, Hood County 4-H. 4th was Montiago Gutierrez, Poth FFA. 3rd was Drew Douglas, KDFFA. 2nd went to Jenna Lee, Live Oak County 4-H. And our class winner was Caitlin Pegram, Lamb County 4-H. Congratulations to these GOAT exhibitors. Give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they leave the ring as well.
Well, this one's a little more challenging sort in the heavyweight down division here. Again, to me, we've got to start the one that's the most complete. And I think a couple of these sheep, especially as we get to about 6th on down, are, again, not to use the barnyard term, past 12 o'clock. They're a little fat for me. The sheep that wins the class, he's kind of hard to get a read on his condition, but I still think that he handles with enough youthfulness and freshness to his touch. It still has a tremendous topside shape in him. You can see his rack standing up. Put him in motion, I think he maintains his skeleton very well for this particular weight and maturity. He's still got a show ring look from profile. Just a good place to start. Parts and pieces to the next pair that we could take off of one and put on the other, and then we'd really have something special. From this one's hook bone forward, I like this sheep. I think he's got enough rack in him. He gets a little easier in his top. He doesn't handle quite as good over his edges compared to our sheep that wins, but a big, powerful one in terms of his rack. Young lady's sheep comes next, is one that wants to roach his top. Must have been a popular goat. Wants to roach his top and doesn't handle his loin edge very well. And as we ask him to move about the ring, he gets pretty straight and restricted from hawk to ground. Again, the cattle in me says we need to see that guy sounder. This one from profile, once he gets stuck and you get a handle on him, he excels the class or the next pair of sheep on either side of him in terms of topside shape and muscle. He's got more center and lower leg. When we put him in motion, he gets more mature up through his front 1/3. He gets cut up in his rear rib and flank and throws his balance and look off. Young lady does a good job with the weather in 5th. We moved that one up quite a bit. The longer you study him, you like his kind. He's one of the more elevated through his chest. He ties his neck in very high at the top of his shoulder. He just doesn't have enough topside shape for me to compete any higher in the class, but a nice profile and a good looking one. Let's put our hands together for a good set of South Down Weathers.
Another really good class, a fun one to judge, and certainly some talking differences here, but the goat that wins the class is just really opened up, and I like that about him. He's really stout. That top just explodes in him all the way back. He's really wide from hooks to pins. He's open up in that rib. I mean, he's stout made. Walk behind him and you still love him. He's powerful, he's thick, he's level in that hip like I like him. Probably one of the more expressive top goats right here in 2nd. This goat is huge in his top, huge in his loin, really smooth, really cool in his front end. He gets a little round off that rear end. If I could change that rear end in him just a little bit, how he comes from hooks to pins, then I think he could certainly even maybe win the class. You love him when you put your hands on him. Really a good goat here in the paint goat here in 3rd. He probably handles his good in his top. He's got the design I like in his hip. The problem is you get right behind him, he just doesn't bring the power that the 2 goats that win the class do. Next class, the red-fronted leg goat. Really just a real middle-of-the-road, really thick-made goat. He gives up a little shape and expression right over that top. He wants to get a little chiny right there between his blades. I'd like to just pack a little more muscle in him. Next 2 goats in class, both of them got big tops. They're a little bit more shallow-sided than I'd like to see, especially in that 5th goat. Next goat's just a little rough right out there over his hook-loin junction. I'd like to smooth him up, and I think he'd just move a little higher in the class. Let's congratulate him, stout class.
For our South Down Drive, out of Class 8, first place went to Clayton Ramsey of Brazos County 4-H, and second went to Emily Bright of Hood County 4-H. Out of Class 9, first place went to Carson Milliken, Gaines County 4-H, and second went to Hudson Lee, Nueces County 4-H. And out of Class 10, first place went to Haley Sanderson, Blackwell FFA, and second went to Shane Flanagan, Runnels County 4-H. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Results from Class 10 South Downs. 10th went to Thomas Egbert, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. 9th went to Jenna Lee, Live Oak County 4-H. 8th was Jay Sloan, Evant FFA. 7th was Haley Walker, Nueces County 4-H. 6th went to Steely Blanick, Tom Green County 4-H. 5th was Shayna Sloan, Evant FFA. 4th, Tori Taylor, Hood County 4-H. 3rd, Stony Cooley, Gymnet FFA. 2nd, Shane Flanagan, Runnels County 4-H. 1st, Haley Sanderson, Blackwell FFA.
Well, a really good set of South Down lambs in contention for champion reserve. As we study him briefly, the lightweight, we just talked about him being incredible in his skeleton. He's not a very big sheep, and so you put your hands on him, you'd like to see more of him, but what he has it very, very well. He is one that, to me, just blends a tremendous forerib into a nice front end, and he's dead level out of his hip and his dock. And is deceivingly wide-chested and wide-based for his weight, so that's a really good sheep that's certainly in contention for me in this lineup. The middleweight is the one that's just real complete. You study his skeleton, he's the one that you just really, really like the top-side shape that he has. He's not the most massive in terms of his muscle, but he puts together the right muscle type. And what I mean by that is he transitions into a nice full rack, into a nice shapely loin edge and a big square dock, and just presents a nice profile from the side. Heavyweight sheep, we just talked about him. I think for his particular weight and maturity, he's maintained his top side shape very nicely. He's got a big upstanding rack in him. When we study him in motion compared to the two that win the first and second class, this sheep wants to roll his hip just a tick. And so there's some give and take in all three class winners. As we study those over there that were in second, the young ladies lightweight weather, that was one to me that just excelled in terms of performance and length of hind saddle compared to the cool little class winner, rolled his hip just a little. And then the reserve middleweight is one that complemented that class very well. From a ringside, you can see that he maybe has the advantage in terms of the way that he ties his neck in and his blade. He's really shapely and fresh and youthful to the touch. So a really nice sheep as well. And then our heavyweight we just talked about, real complete, nothing extreme about him in any one trait, just a good handling, meat and potatoes kind of sheep. So there's three out of here in contention. There's two that I thought were close. There's two that complement each other very well. Both the middleweights will be champion in reserve.
Our champion South Down goes to Carson Milliken of Gaines County 4-H, and reserve goes to Hudson Lee of Nueces County 4-H. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. Our TLBA results from that last class of South Downs. In first with Haley Sanderson, the breeder was Fritz South Downs of Fredericksburg. And in third with Stony Cooley, the breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs of Miles. Results from the 8th class of Market Goats. In 10th, we had Hannah Hull, early FFA. 9th was Kendall Gonzalez, Live Oak County 4-H. 8th went to Jose Morales, Medina County 4-H. 7th was Trey Butts, Bastrop County 4-H. 6th was Braden Sullivan, Shackelford County 4-H. In 5th, we had Emily Bright, Hood County 4-H. In 4th was Kenzie Hoffman, Canyon Lake FFA. 3rd went to Bailey Owen, Mason FFA. 2nd was Josh Hawkins, Johnson County 4-H, and our class winner was John Michael Perez of Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations to these GOAT exhibitors. Let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, we've got some magnificent animals up here, and I'm glad to hear you clap. They did a good job on this class, extremely tough. I think that it comes down to the goat that's just the combination goat in here. Just super as far as really unique in his design. A goat that's really pretty up through that front end. He's just a little cleaner up through his shoulders. A goat that's extremely powerful, extremely smooth down that top. He explodes with muscle, but he puts it in a real nice, smooth package. He's the best goat out through his hip. When you put your hands on him, he's just a little leveler out in his hip. Really got a nice design, a really nice touch on him. I love the goat in second. He's really bold. He's really pulled apart. He's really massive made out from behind. He's a little rougher right over that loin and that hip junction that I'd like him to be. And he's not quite as pretty right out at the point of the shoulder as the goat that wins the class today. But I'm not going to pick on him. He's wide made. He's cracked open. He's pulled apart. He brings some real shape and dimension of muscle to the class. Third place goat, really a unique goat up through his front end. Really cool when you look at him, stout made. I don't like him as good in his hip. I'd like to pick his tail head up. I'd like to blow him out just a little bit in that hip. I'm just getting picky there. He's just not as explosive right in the top of his hip. Next goat, really a nice one that just kind of kept working his way up. You really like this goat whenever you put your hands on him in terms of condition and finish. A goat that's probably not quite as good right in his hip, I think. And he's probably not as open up as the three goats that are up in front of him. But a really good goat standing there in fourth. Next goat, just a little flatter in his design. He's a little flatter out through his hip. He's extremely powerful. He's flatter down through the stifle. He's level through his hip. I just like to give him a little more muscle. The sixth place goat, little weaker in his top line, wants to get away from you. Kind of hard to get him up and really get him straight. He wants to break there just a little bit, but I'm just picking on him. Extremely stout class all the way through. Let's congratulate him.
Results from Class 9 market goats. In 10th place, we had Brittany Habe, Sandra Day O'Connor, FFA. 9th was Julia Witt, Hamilton, FFA. 8th went to Tanner Lewis Swinson, Hopkins County 4-H. In 7th, we have Erilyn Ortiz, Frere, FFA. 6th went to Brad Wynn, Hood County 4-H. 5th was Bryce Hamlin, Howard County 4-H. 4th, we had Whitley Whitlow, Skidmore Tenon, FFA. 3rd was Dakota Martin, Mason County 4-H. 2nd went to Cody Sells, Williamson County 4-H. And our class winner was Luke Tucker, Palo Pinto County 4-H. Congratulations to these GOAT exhibitors. These exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Let's give these exhibitors a hand as they leave the ring.
Well, a good start to the medium wool show here. I think we've got a good place to build the class around, and he was one of the two that I initially pulled on the walk, and he maintains enough muscle. As we progress, obviously, in terms of weight and maturity, we're going to expect him to be a tick heavier muscle, but I think he blends as definitely a nicer skeleton, specifically the way that he blends his neck out of the top of his shoulder, and he carries that into a level enough top line. He's not perfect out of his hip on the go, but I think he's still acceptable. I think that's where he excels in terms of just overall look and show ring presence compared to the rest of the field. Probably compositionally and carcass-wise, the sheep in second probably needs to win. He's the biggest in his rack. He's definitely the most explosive through the center and lower part of his leg. That sheep, as we put him in motion, doesn't maintain his look quite as well, specifically in the way that he ties his neck in just a little bit lower at his shoulder, rounds himself out of his hip just a little bit on the go. But in terms of just sheer composition and carcass merit, you really like that sheep very well. The crossbred lamb coming in third is one that just outperforms everything else in the field. He doesn't handle perfectly through his hip loin, but that sheep's really, really big and stout in his bone, big in his rib. He's got some rack in him. He's got some muscle from behind. Just doesn't handle quite as well through his hip loin. Good little sheep comes in four. If we could put some added weight in him and just give him some more base width and explosion through the lower part of his leg, he contends to move way up in class, potentially even win. I like his kind very well. I like his rib. He has enough rack shape in him, pretty green and immature in terms of his look. I really like the sheep in five on the initial pull. He's the one that I really like, his type and kind. He's gotten a little set to his pastern, but I think he's still acceptable. Really good looking sheep in terms of his skeleton. I get a little more disappointed in the fact that he just needs to have more shape and spread up high, needs to meet my hand with more muscle. Good class. Let's put our hand together for all the kids.
Well, a real challenging class, lots of good goats in here, lots of really pretty fronted extended goats. The young man's goat, I just real complete, a goat that's just a little better in his hip than the second place goat. He's really explosive down his top, really wide made, got a huge big old hip on him, really stout made, but he's got that tail picked up just a little more. He's probably not quite as cool looking right up through his front end, but an awfully nice goat. Second goat is just really neat through his heart. He's still opened up, yet he's got a really long, really cool neck to him. One that handles really trim. He's real fresh to the handle. I'd like to pull his tail up just a little bit, just make him a little leveler in that hip, a little more explosive in that hip. The next one, a goat that just completeness brings him into the third hole and pushes him up in here. He's probably not as wide made. He's probably not as thick as you look at him right out through the stifle, but he's got a good rack. He's really smooth down that top, really smooth into that loin. I like the fourth place goat. I thought maybe that might be the goat that walks up to the front of the class, but when you get your hands on him, he's really open up in his front end, and honestly, he's carrying a little more cover than I'd like to see him. Right down through them shoulder pockets. He has a tendency to get a little softer down his top. He doesn't come with that explosion of shape that the goat's in front of him. Next goat, one that just kept finding her way to the top. I like the levelness. I like how how strong that top line is in that goat. I'd like to give that goat just a little more explosion right down through that stifle. Really a neat goat as far as length of body, coolness up through the front end. Another goat here that just has a lot of power down his top. He's really opened up. He gets just a little flat when you get off to the side and look at him. You'd like to see a little more bulge, a little more shape in there. Let's congratulate him on good class.
Results from Class 11 medium wools. In 10th, we had Kelsey Boslov, Lavaca County 4-H. 9th was Logan Purdom, Guadalupe County 4-H. 8th went to Mallory Fuchs, Tom Green County 4-H. 7th was Cord Northcutt, Jordanton FFA. 6th was Tristan Trelica, New Home FFA. 5th was Addison Cardoz, Gonzales County 4-H. 4th was Delaney McLean, Bell County 4-H. 3rd went to Bryce Hamlin, Howard County 4-H. 2nd was Johan Grotgut, Deaf Smith 4-H. And our class winner was Tara Glasscock, early FFA. TOBA results for that class. In first was Tara Glasscock. Breeder was Glasscock Club Lambs of early. And in third with Bryce Hamlin, breeder was Long Club Lambs of Sterling City. Results from the 10th class of market goats. In 10th was Ashlyn Reed, Harris County 4-H. 9th was Robert Weston Bauer, Bastrop County 4-H. 8th was Morgan Atkinson, King County 4-H. 7th was Danica Walker, Catula FFA. 6th was Mackenzie Weddock, Tom Green County 4-H. 5th went to Britley Bowers, Gillespie County 4-H. 4th was Reagan Thurman, Rudder FFA. In third, we have Caleb Meyer, Blanco FFA. Second went to Sloan Stoltz, Mason FFA. And our class winner was Drew Carr, Sudan FFA. Congratulations to these GOAT exhibitors. Now we're going to have our medium weight division drive. Out of Class 6, first place went to Madeline Adams, Brown County 4-H. From Class 7, first place went to Caitlin Pegram, Lamb County 4-H. From Class 8, first place went to John Michael Perez, Johnson County 4-H. From Class 9, first place went to Luke Tucker, Palapino County 4-H. And from Class 10, first place went to Drew Carr, Sudan FFA. Class 6, second place went to Neil Loth, Fredericksburg FFA. Class 7, second place went to Jenna Lee, Live Oak County 4-H. From Class 8, second place went to Josh Hawkins, Johnson County 4-H. From Class 9, second went to Cody Sells, Williamson County 4-H. And from Class 10, second place went to Sloan Stoltz, Mason FFA. Folks, let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. There's a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, let's give all of these goats first and second out here a good round of applause for a good division. Really stout, and as the day's gone long, I'm just really impressed with the goats. The quality of them is really good, and I think we've got some goats out here that certainly are my type, the kinds that have certainly got some muscle. I think some of the classes were a little tougher. I think class 1 was tough. I really thought class 4 was tough, and there was a lot of heat coming out of those classes. And I think whenever you get down to it, I like to find a goat that's got some muscle to them and certainly got some structure to them. And if you can get them really level down that top line and that hip, it fits me real good with some smoothness and some package. So I'll go out and congratulate your champion goat.
You're not going to talk anymore, right?
A good division. There's just too much goat, and the depth of that class was extremely good. Good job, guys.
Champion medium weight goes to Luke Tucker, Palo Pinto County 4-H. And reserve goes to Cody Sells, Williamson County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, we start to crank up the heat a little bit in the second class of blacks. This class winner was never a thought other than to win the class, in my opinion, when he came in. He's just my kind in terms of his skeleton. He's moderate in his frame, but he's big enough in terms of his up-frontedness. He's got a big top in him. He's big and square out of his hip. Big bones, big feet, big muscles correlate to a first-place finish. Long-bodied one comes in second. I like his kind. I think he's just a tick better up front. Maybe doesn't blend quite as muscular in through his hip compared to the weather that wins the class, and that's where he's going to get beat through the lower part of his leg. Presents a really, really nice look from profile. Good sheep in third. I think one from me from Hawk to Ground. Again, as I talk about skeleton and the structure, I judge a lot of different species, and feet and legs are very important to me, and this one gets a little straighter from Hawk to Ground, and consequently doesn't cover his track quite as neat or clean compared to the two that start. But on profile from his hock up, you like this guy very well. Blends into a nice shoulder, dead level down his top, and he's adequate in terms of his shape. Good sheep coming in four. Another one that's just, to me, gets a little piecier in his skeleton, gets a little shorter about his neck, a little bolder about his shoulder, breaks ever so slightly in his hip loin. But compositionally, he's been fed very well, presented very well. He's fresh and youthful, just doesn't blend his top light in quite as well. Same thing for the next one. If you want to harvest one, talk about a big upstanding rack and a huge loin eye and a big hip, it's this guy. Right there, he's so upstanding in his rack, it throws his top line off just a little bit. He's the least attractive of the top five. But I think he deserves a sell hold just based on the fact that he's extremely compositionally correct, big-backed and big-ended, still fresh and youthful over his rib. Good class winner. Let's put our hands together for all the kids.
Results from Class 12 medium wools. In 10th, we have Madeline Adams, Brown County 4-H. 9th was Joseph Groatgut, Deaf Smith 4-H. 8th went to Leighton Lawhon, Nueces County 4-H. 7th was Jordan Hart, Friendship FFA. 6th went to Rachel Bradford, Troy FFA. In 5th, we have Gracie Phillips, Comfort FFA. 4th was James Cochran, Cristoval FFA. 3rd was Hayden Cum, Grandview FFA. 2nd went to Maddie Ferris, Kendall County 4-H. And our class winner was Hudson Franklin, Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Our TLBA results for that class. In second place with Maddie Ferris, the breeder was Rockin' Sea Farms of Tahoka. And in 5th place with Gracie Phillips, breeder was Jim Miller Hampshires of Seagraves. Let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Make sure that this is on video. Video.
Attention. The Howdy Gate is open. You're free to come in and pick up your tack on the north and west side of the barn. Please exit afterwards out of Gate 2. Thank you.
Good class winner in this particular drive, and he's one that from the get-go you can build a class around him. He's simply just built right. He's good up front in terms of his skeleton, and you put your hands on him. He's got plenty of topside shape and power. Just a really unique sheep to win this class. I like him very well. I think it's closer between second and third. I think there's some added performance in the weather in second, specifically from his last rib back. He's one that handles extremely fresh and youthful right behind his blade. Maybe doesn't transition quite as well from his loin to his hip like our class winner does, but he's really aggressive in his shape from behind. He's adequate in terms of bone. Love his rib shape. Just doesn't transition quite as well down his top line compared to our class winner. The one in second from his blade back probably mimics our class winner relatively well. He's leveled down his top and he's good out of his hip. He gets a little deeper through his chest floor, maybe a little shorter about his neck, but that's a big top, big ended one. A nice trio on the top end of this class. A little different kind of sheep in four. He's one that's got a lot of shag on him, so he appears to have that added extra bone and foot. And I'm not so sure that that's the case, but he's certainly stout and rugged enough in terms of his skeleton. I think he deserves a sell slot based on the fact that he's still compositionally fresh and youthful over his rib. He's adequate in terms of shape and definition muscle down his top and out of his hip. Top five sheep completes the class one there that just has the added frame size and length of body. He's got some topside shape and power from behind. We put him in motion. He's the one that maintains the least balance and the least eye appeal of the top five. Good class winner. Let's put our hands together for these kids.
Well, as we talk about this goat class, go ahead and give them a round of applause, because there's goats down there at this end that I hate to put down there. This was an extremely, extremely tough competitive class, and they made me work a lot, and I think I'm really pleased with the power and the muscle and the type goats we got out here. The goat that wins the class, you need to handle him when he walks out of here. He's just crazy explosive. He's pulled apart. He's big, stout hip. If I could change him any, and this isn't anything I would change on muscle, I think he's a little full. I would probably clean him up just a little bit, but a goat that just outpowers the rest of the class. He's super tremendous as far as his rib shape. He's really stout. Big old thick, huge butt on him. He's got the muscle, the stoutness, really a good one to win the class today. Second goat's a little harder. He wants to get just a little easy in his top, and he's trying to overwork on her, but when she really gets him in there and locked, just an explosive goat. He's got the same kind of shape and dimension that I like to see. And I'll tell you what the best thing about him is, he's really cool in his hip. Now, he don't have as much butt. He doesn't have as much stifle as the one that beats him. He's a little cleaner in his side. I love him. That was an extremely tough deal. I love the goat in third. The goat in third is really cool on the move. You want to just get him up at the top of the class. I just want to say, man, I can't believe I'm putting this one in third. But in all honesty, he doesn't have the muscle. He doesn't have the explosion in the hip that the ones in front of him have. He's really cool. He's really neat made, but he just is not as pulled open and pulled apart. Really tough class, but two with big tops and big hips are standing up in front of him. Fourth goat, one of the freakiest fronted ones. You like his design. He's neat made up in his front. He's neat made on his hip. All right, well, what do you want to pick on him? I want to pick on him just a little bit in his top line. He wants to get a little easy. He wants to break there behind his shoulders. He's a little bit pinched in his forerib compared to the ones that are up in front of him. Next one, the spot goat, really one that's opened up underneath, really one that's wide made and thick, just a little plainer in his overall muscle, and a real cool goat that rounds out the sail slots, really neat in his top. When you get off and you look into that goat, he's just a little flatter in the top of his hip. He's a little flatter down through his stifle compared to some of them. Let's congratulate him. That was a tough class.
They
No,
can.
it's a free range.
Okay.
If you don't mind making sure they can hear it back there.
Okay.
The big thing is that you don't turn around and go back through that gate. They go out in the howdy, road west and north, and out that gate.
So, come in the north or west gate.
Come in through the howdy gate. You know what that is.
Okay. Yep.
Load tack on the north or west side of the barn. Exit gate 2.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Results from Class 13 medium wools. In 10th was Beadler Weiss, Jordanton FFA. 9th was Brinley Cody, Burnett County 4-H. 8th went to Shelby Sweeney, Bremen FFA. 7th was J.D. Hargrove, Stephenville FFA. 6th was Briley Payne, Grayson County 4-H. 5th was Holt Vestal, Fredericksburg FFA. 4th went to Sidney Hanslick, Jim Ned FFA. In 3rd, we have Wyatt Castillo, Brazoria County 4-H. 2nd went to Pash Gibbs, Valverde 4-H. And 1st was Reagan Hamlin, Howard County 4-H. Our TLBA results for that class: in 5th place was Holt Vestal. Breeder was Savos Club Lambs of Blanco. Class 11 Market Goats results. Tenth went to Willow Grody, Johnson City FFA. 9th was Addison Steeler, Johnson City FFA. 8th was Caitlin Massey, Pearland FFA. 7th went to Grayson Harrell, Crandall FFA. In 6th, we had Madeline Banks, Collin County 4-H. 5th went to Taylor O'Brien, San Patricio County 4-H. 4th was Kyle Valenkamp, Hood County 4-H. 3rd went to Caitlin Upham, Kendall County 4-H. 2nd was Kaylee Jackson, Milam County 4-H. And our class winner went to Brig Hawkins, Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they leave as well. We'd ask all of our spectators that are standing against the rail in the stands to please find a spot to sit if they don't mind. That way everybody that's sitting in the stands can see. So if you're up against the rail, we would ask that you find a seat so everybody can see.
Well, another interesting class of medium wolves over here. I think, again, as we study the most complete one in the class, we got to build it around this Suffolk March sheep here. Again, he's not the most extreme in terms of length of body, but how he measures from his last rib back, he's certainly adequate in terms of length of hind saddle. And I think he's unmatched in terms of his handling quality over his loin edges. I think he's unmatched in terms of his handling quality, period. As you get critical on him, maybe give him just a tick longer neck. But again, I mean, that's just a really good, complete kind of a wether. If the young lady's wether in second had a more upstanding loin and it was a little more aggressive over his loin edge, I could probably start the class with him. I like him really well out through his chest floor. I like him out through his forerib, and consequently, he's got enough rib in him that lends to enough rack shape. Where he runs out of gas is right over his last rib is where he's starting to fade just a tick over those edges. Same thing for the wether in third. He's a little smaller statured, a little stouter and more rugged in terms of bone and foot, and I like that about him. I guess for me, as we blend him a little nicer through his neck and out through the top of his blade, make him blend a little nicer in the way that he transitions from his loin to his hip. And then we have a young lady in four here that's just one that's just meat and potatoes, if you will. He's big-backed and he's big-ended. He gets pretty chesty as we get a little wastier through his sternum, a little higher in his rear rib and flank. I prefer the added quality and look of the young lady's wether coming in five. He just gets outmassed in terms of overall sheer performance and muscle down his top and from behind. Good class, interesting pair on top. Let's congratulate the kids.
Blah, 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 blah.
Results from Class 14 medium wolves. 10th place went to Cole Bynum, Mildred FFA. 9th was Tanner Lott, Liberty County 4-H. 8th went to Madison Matina, Riesel FFA. 7th was Logan Jackson, Lipan FFA. 6th went to Krista Boskamp, San Patricio County 4-H. And 5th, we had Rhodeland Dunham, Kendall County 4-H. 4th was Kaylee Griffin, Uvalde County 4-H. 3rd went to Madison Lynch, Splendora FFA. 2nd was Morgan Hollingsworth, Valverde County 4-H. And our class winner was Tori Fraze, Comanche County 4-H. Our TLBA results from that class: 5th place with Rhodeland Dunham. Breeder was Hill County Show Lambs of Bernie.
Well, a really unique class and a challenging class with some differences in them, and all some good goats. We get out here in the top of them. I think the two in the pair at the top of the class just fit together. They got just a little more base width to me. They're a little more explosive right in that rack. I think they're a little better as far as having a little more feel in them, and I just think they fit together as a nice pair. This red goat is just extremely thick right up his rack. He's pulled apart back there from hooks to pins. He's really wide and stout. He's not extreme in any one place, but he's good everywhere, and it's just hard to knock a hole in him. Probably just a little cleaner. The goat that stands in second's just really similar. He's made that way. He's not as good right in his heart, right up through his chest floor as the goat that went to class, but certainly one that's pulled apart, cracked open, one that's really wide base. Both those goats, they're a nice pair. The third place goat's the problem for me. He's a tick longer bodied than I would like him. I would actually probably like to see that goat up a class. I would like to have him a little more full than he is today. He's not carrying a lot of finish, but I'm getting picky on him. He's packed with muscle. He's really thick. He's not quite as good right over that rack. He gets a little high up in his shoulder than I'd like him, but that's being picky. I think if I had 5 more pounds on him and could fill him up a little more, I would probably like him a little better. Next goat, just one that's really complete, probably clipped a little shorter than what I prefer, but when you get your hands on that goat's really neat down his top. He's really level in his hip. He isn't pulled apart as the ones from hooks to pins. He's not standing on as much bone as those that are standing right in front of him. Next goat, just a really thick one that's really stout bone, one that's just a little full for me today. He's a little full in his middle, just a little tankier looking than I'd like to see him. I'd like to trim him up. I'd like to make him just a little stronger in his top line. The 6th place goat just kept working his way up there, and I'll tell you, if that goat had a little more flesh to him, that goat can probably move 3 or 4 spots in there. When you get right down to it, he just doesn't have quite as much condition for this weight, I think, to get him any higher, but an extremely good class. Let's congratulate him on a good job.
I think I have it on.
It is.
Thank you, sir.
Your class 13 goats are entering the ring. Results from class 12. In 10th place, we had Savannah Walker, Nueces County 4-H. 9th was Jacob Bagby, Stephenville FFA. 8th went to Carly Jo Funk, Hayes County 4-H. 7th was Kyler Tolles, Brock FFA. 6th was Holt Vestal, Fredericksburg FFA. 5th went to Taryn O'Brien, San Patricio County 4-H. 4th was Hadley Stoltz, Tom Green County 4-H. 3rd went to Colton Noisy, Comal County 4-H. In 2nd, we have Marty Lumpkins, Harper FFA. And our class winner went to Jody Shearer, Atascosa County 4-H. Congratulations to these GOAT exhibitors. Give these GLAM exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Once again, we'd ask our spectators to please stay off the rail. If you're standing in front of the stands, please find a spot to sit so everybody can see. Thank you. Give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Folks, we are really asking, if you're spectating and you're standing against the rail, find a seat. If you're not sure, if you're look down. If you're at the rail, we're asking you to find a seat.
I really like this class of blacks over here, and just in terms of quality, this top three are really nice sheep, and they're going to sort themselves based on likes with likes. And I like this class winner to win, and he's like a lot of the other class winners today. He was one that kind of struck me from the start, and so we're going to build a class around him, just in regards, again, of his skeleton and structure. He's got enough forerib in him and enough shape to his rib to consequently have enough rack. Blends that into a nice long neck, nice good look down his top, and he's good enough in terms of base width. So the one most like him is in second, and so the young man in third, we're either going to have to be third or first, and so I'm going to keep these two together. I just see the added performance in him in terms, again, of length of body and length of hind saddle. He too much like our sheep that wins is better out through his neck and his chest. He's certainly got a big pop and rack in him. He's not as good and full in terms of depth of loin compared to the class winner, but that's a nice pair of sheep on top. The sheep in third and fourth are both more moderate in their frame, and consequently, with that said, they're giving up some length of body from their last trip back. I prefer this one skeleton over the young lady in four. Handles with enough shape and power. He's got a big wide hip in him, wide out of his pins and wide base, giving up some size and scale and performance to the two sheep that start. Little rounder off of both ends is the young lady's weather in fourth. In terms of composition and carcass merit, going to harvest a big whopping loin eye, big ended from behind. We put him in motion again, wants to get rounder off of both ends, and therefore not as pleasing to the eye compared to the three that start. Good sheep in five kind of complements the top trio in terms of frame and length. I just don't read him quite as muscular in terms of overall stoutness right there through his hip loin. Talked about him too compared to some of the others, especially the top two. He's a sheep that's maybe not as attractive out through his neck or the way that he blends at the top of his shoulder. Good class, interesting pair on top, good trio. Let's put our hands together for all the kids.
Results from Class 15 medium wools. 10th went to Keegan Edwards, Sudan FFA. 9th was Ashton Shea Cardoz, Gonzales County 4-H. 8th was Neil Loth, Fredericksburg FFA. 7th went to Clayton Eckhart, Smithson Valley FFA. 6th was Hannah Lazenby, Cleburne FFA. 5th, Cody Harder, Navarro FFA. 4th was Briley Turner, Lampasas County 4-H. 3rd was Tristan Himes, Sterling County 4-H. 2nd went to Madison Trelica, New Home FFA. And our class winner was Katie Price of Smithson Valley FFA. Congratulations to these lamb exhibitors.
Well, another great class with a lot of quality standing behind me. There's not one heavier muscle in this class, I can promise you. That goat is explosive in shape in terms of muscle. He carries his tail head up really high. He's really explosive back through that hip bone from hooks to pins. He's just massive made. I'd like to make him a tick more, have a little more condition, but where he gets around the second goat's just in total shape. And if you study him right through his heart and his chest, he's got piles of muscle to go with a really cool front end. He's really sound made. He's a nice goat. I like his shape. I like the second place goat. I wish I could pick him up just a tick in his chest floor in comparison to the goat that wins the class, but a goat that's got a lot of shape, he's got a lot of length, he's really got a lot of dimension to his muscle down his top. I love the goat in third. From the top and coming down his loin and the levelness in his spine, I love him. If I could change him, I'd like to pull him apart right in the top part of his hip, just making him as explosive up high as the two that are up in front of him. The fourth place goat, one that's really thick, he's a little more slanted as I look at him back in that hip. He wants to roll a little more, and he doesn't give you quite as much rack right over the top of the shoulders as the three up in front of him. The next goat, really one that I love his top shape. I love his muscle. I need to drop his flank down in him a little bit. I need to give him a little more feel, and I think he'll just fit together. The next goat kept working his way to the top, really a level-made one out through his hip, really explosive. Not the goat that comes running to you and says, look at me, but one when you put your hands on him, you really got to appreciate him. He's big racked, he's big loin, he's level hip. Let's congratulate him on a good class.
Results from Class 13 goats. 10th place went to Cole Meyer, Blanco FFA. 9th was T. Ranger Schmidt, Mason County 4-H. 8th went to Landry Cunningham, Iola FFA. 7th was Trinity O'Brien, San Patricio County 4-H. 6th went to Erica Thomas, Concho County 4-H. 5th was Mason Fuchs, Tom Green County 4-H. 4th was Turner Matkin, Kendall County 4-H. In 3rd, we have Sonny Cowley, Randall County 4-H. 2nd was Sage Cups, Brownwood FFA. And our class winner was Davis Hutto, El Dorado FFA. Congratulations to all these GOAT exhibitors. Class 15 market goats can check in at the staging. All these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring on both the lamb and goat side.
Well, another really good class, and probably one that just excels, a goat that's real similar to the class winner we had in the last class. Really pulled apart, really wide and open, a goat that just explodes down his top. He's way thicker than anything else in the class. He gives me more muscle, stands good out on all fours, pulled apart underneath. A goat that wins this class easily. The second place goat, one that's probably really nice down his top. He's really good when he's on the move. I'd like to just make him a little stronger in his top line whenever I get him out there. I'd like to clean him up in his front end. Third place goat, one that's got some muscle and some thickness. He's a little shorter couple made and compared to some of the other goats in the class. The paint goat standing in fourth, one that's really neat in his top, one that you really like his design. He wants to get a little narrow on you. He's probably just a little narrow from hooks to pins as I sit back and look at him. Red goat, packed full of muscle, packed full of meat, a little softer to the touch, a little softer than I'd like to have him. The next goat, just a little more out, right up in his front end, and that goat's just not as pulled apart back through his width as far as his hooks to pins. Really good class. Let's congratulate him on a good job.
Huh? I told you that red would get along all right. Oh, thank you.
Results from Class 14 goats. 10th place was Morgan Brozig, Live Oak County 4-H. 9th was David Garcia, Atascosa County 4-H. 8th went to Aspen Flock, Gonzales County 4-H. 7th was Joshua Jones, Wilson County 4-H. 6th, Brooke Fisher, Kerr County 4-H. 5th, Brandon Parker, Bowie Austin FFA. 4th, Marshall Oman, Taylor FFA. 3rd, Briley Turner, Lampasas County 4-H. 2nd, Grace Dirks, Nueces County 4-H. And our class winner was Strand Stoltz, Mason FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, this was a challenging one to sort just in terms of a lot of different kinds and types in this particular class. And as I said all day and will continue to say, I'm going to build the class around ones that I think are the most complete, that offer the most positives with the least trade-offs. And the one that wins the class is not the most muscular through his leg, and that is going to go to the sheep in second. But I like his kind. I like his build better. I like the way that he handles down his top, specifically over his loin compared to the sheep in second. He's not as long bodied, but again, from a measurement perspective, he certainly measures long in terms of his loin. He's good enough out of his hip and dock, and he's got a good enough look up front. Part of the problem is we got such a long-legged, tall boy showing him. He wants to look a little smaller than what he really is. That sheep's big enough, and he certainly looks the part in the way that he blends his shoulder through his top line. Little more iffy in terms of top line shape comes in the Weather in second. He's been fed very well. He's lean and he's fresh and he's youthful over his rib. He's got a big rack. He bothers me just a little bit in the way that he transitions from his loin to his hip, and that's where he's going to end up in second. He's definitely got more muscle shape through the center and lower part of his leg than our sheep that wins the class. But again, compositionally, I like that one very well. I like the skeleton in the 1 and third. If this sheep had more muscle, he wins the class. I like his kind. I like him up through his chest. I like his levelness down his top and out of his dock. I'm going to call him adequate in terms of muscle shape. 1 and fourth, parts and pieces of him I really, really like. I like him up front. He's the one that's most extended out through his neck. He blends that into a decent full rib and a good enough rack. He wants to run out of gas in terms of muscle shape over the depth of his loin and muscle through the lower 1/3 of his leg, but a really nice complete Weather to be in fourth. The 1 in fifth and sixth were really close, and I think that's a judgment's call there. I think both of those sheep have some trade-offs structurally. The Weather comes next, is probably just a little bit longer out of his hip. I think he's got enough muscle shape to him. He wants to bow his hock out pretty severely as we ask him to move about the ring, and so I'd certainly change that about him. And then I'm going to go ahead and comment on the one that was sixth, because I think that was a close call. If you want to harvest one in terms of just loin eye area and sheer muscle from behind, that's probably the heaviest muscle that sheep that we've seen all day. And with that comes some trade-offs, and the fact that he wants to get pretty quick and short out of his hip, wants to round his hip, and gets pretty straight hock from hock to ground. Good class. Let's congratulate these kids for a good job.
Class 16 medium wool results. 10th place went to Amber Sells, Williamson County 4-H. 9th was Carrie Humphrey, George West FFA. 8th was JC Snap, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 7th went to Rebecca Lambert, Wise County 4-H. 6th was Reagan Thurman, Rudder FFA. And 5th, we had Sydney Newsom, Bracketville FFA. 4th went to Tia Patton, Briscoe County 4-H. 3rd was Tatum Christie, Toller FFA. And 2nd, we have Carly Winfrey, Seminole FFA. And our class winner was Grant Phillips, Comfort FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. TLBA results for that class. 2nd place with Carly Winfrey. Breeder was Franklin Showlambs of Shallowater. Gives lamb exhibitors a hand as they leave the ring.
Well, what a good, challenging class with a lot of heat in it. And I tell you what, on the top end of it, it's just really good. It took me a little longer. The goat that wins the class is just bona fide freaky up to his front end. His shoulders laid in there so nice, and he's so clean up to his chest and up to his plate. And you say, well, does he got the muscle to go with it? He's got every bit of the muscle to go with it. He's the biggest racked one in the class, extremely wide from hooks to pins, and just really has a good turn and shape down to that butt. Just one that's just freaky fronted, piled with muscle. He's probably given up a little bone to the second place goat, but that's probably it. Really a nice one. I love the second place goat. He's really cracked open, pulled apart, stout bone, stands out on all feet. Not as cool in his front end, not as cool in his heart as the goat that wins the class today, but I'm just being picky. That's about all I can say. Two really nice goats. Another good goat in third, a goat that's just extremely thick down his top. He's neat in his design. He's really opened up in his rib. He doesn't give me quite as much muscle mass right down his top, quite as much width right out from hooks to pins as the two goats at the top of the class. I love the design on the fourth place goat. He's cool, he's neat made. You want to look at him walk all day, but I can tell you he's not as thick as the goats in front of him. He's not as powerful, he's not as explosive from behind. I just like to make him a little thicker right out from behind. The fifth place goat, a really level made goat. One that when you get right out here, he's not as neat made through his shoulder and his front end. But that goat's got lots of muscle, lots of thickness. Sixth place goat, one that's really thick, really neat in his design. He's a little off in his hip for what I'd like to see. I just like to lift his old tail head up. But a good class. Let's congratulate him.
Results from Class 15 goats. 10th place was Alexis Albert, Falls City FFA. 9th went to Ashlyn Tucker, Palapino County 4-H. 8th was Morgan Hollingsworth, Valverde County 4-H. 7th was Carrie Humphrey, George West FFA. 6th went to Ashton Adams, Brown County 4-H. 5th was Jasper Triplett, Cotulla FFA. 4th went to Corey Humphrey, George West FFA. In third, we have Lane Alexander, Waller County 4-H. Second went to Amber Sells, Williamson County 4-H. And our class winner was Hayden Schroeder, Early FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Okay, we're ready for our heavyweight division drive in the GOATs. From Class 11, our first place went to Brig Hawkins, Johnson County 4-H. Class 12, first place went to Jody Shearer, Atascosa County 4-H. From Class 13, first place went to Davis Hutto, El Dorado FFA. From Class 14, first place went to Strand Stultz, Mason FFA. And from Class 15, first place went to Hayden Schroeder, Early FFA. From Class 11, our second place was Kaylee Jackson, Milam County 4-H. From Class 12, second place was Marty Lumpkins, Harper FFA. From Class 13, second place went to Sage Cups, Brownwood FFA. Class 14, we had Grace Dirks in second place from Nueces County 4-H. And in Class 15, second place went to Amber Sells, Williamson County 4-H. Folks, let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Let's give them all a round of applause for a good heavyweight division. Tons of quality here and lots of work on my part and really a nice set of goats out here, some goats that I'm certainly pleased with that have got some power and some muscle to them and put some eye appeal and some style and balance. I'm just amazed to come out here and have goats that have that much thickness and still be so unique in their front ends and everything. I'm really pleased with them. I think it was a tough drive. It was just like some of my earlier divisions. There were some classes that were tougher than others, but I think there's any one of these could go. But I think there's one that hits me real hard, so I'll go select your champion. As we come back here, it doesn't make it any easier on me, but I think if you go out here and you look at the goat that just left and you say, boy, if that's the kind he likes, then the obvious one for him to go back to is the one that looks just like the one that won it, and that's this one right here.
Bend over.
Our champion heavyweight went to Hayden Schroeder, early FFA, and reserve went to Davis Hutto, El Dorado FFA. Congratulations to both these exhibitors.
Sweetie, you did as good as you could with the crossbred, okay? Just not enough muscle shape right here. It's a little narrow from behind. How many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Close. This one round off on both. Specifically right here. All right, here we go. Well, we've got 4 or 5 sheep in this particular drive that certainly suit me, and there's some subtle differences between them, and I'll describe them the best that I can. And again, not to sound like a broken record, the one that offers the least trade-offs and the least negatives is our class winner. Again, he's the one that I get real critical on front ends, and he's the one that blends that neck in really high at the top of his blade. He's smooth enough in his shoulder, and he transitions into a huge rack. Big, big back in this guy. Could he have a shot more lower leg? Probably so. But that guy's got a huge, tremendous rib, and so consequently, in terms of retail cuts that are important in the industry, he's all there in terms of muscularity. I think it's really close between second and third. The sheep in second is a little bowler about his shoulder, a little shorter about his neck, a little chestier than our class winner, but he is tremendously thick down his back, big old rack in him, really deep, aggressive turn to his edge, and he's probably the most muscular for sure from behind as you study his leg. Young man in third, if that one had more muscle, he probably wins the whole shebang. And I know that doesn't make you feel better, but that one is built flat, deadly from the profile. If we can get a sheep that has this kind of muscle on the top end, on that kind of skeleton, lights out, game over. Unfortunately, when you put your hands on him, he doesn't handle with the shape and dimension of muscle that he needs to down his top, specifically over his loin edge, but that one is flat built right. The next one's kind of the problem sheet for me. If we start him, we could probably justify it in terms of stout bone and Bigfoot. He's one that, to me, as we study him go away, he wants to get a little more pinched in his forearm. He's a little deeper through his belly, kind of throws his balance off, but that guy's got a lot of muscle shape from behind. Surprisingly, going away from me, I think he's the narrowest tracking of the top three. Fifth place is another really good sheep up front. I like him in regards to his top side shape until he transitions from his loin to his hip. You can see from ringside he's starting to get a little hot, starting to break in his loin just a tick, but a really good sheep up through his front 1/3. That is a powerful 4 set of sheep right there. Let's put our hands together for all the kids.
Results from Class 17 medium wools. 10th place was Bryn Owen, Randall County 4-H. 9th went to Kaylee Lawson, Comal County 4-H. 8th was McKinley Clem, New Home FFA. 7th went to Ella Lee, Tom Green County 4-H. 6th went to Brenna Hale, Crockett County 4-H. 5th was Ashlyn Harbath, Navarro FFA. 4th went to Colton Noisy, Comal County 4-H. 3rd went to Brantley Hoover, Midland County 4-H. 2nd went to Sloan Stoltz, Mason FFA. And our class winner was Aspen Martin, Mason County 4-H. Our TLBA results out of that class: in 3rd place with Brantley Hoover, the breeder was Faro Hampshires and Colby Faro. Now ready for our champion drive in the GOAT show. Our champion lightweight went to Peyton Williams of Comanche County 4-H. Our champion medium weight went to Luke Tucker, Palo Pinto County 4-H. Champion heavyweight went to Hayden Schroeder, Early FFA. Our reserve champion lightweight went to Reagan Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H. Reserve champion medium weight went to Cody Sells, Williamson County 4-H. And our reserve champion heavyweight went to Davis Hutto, El Dorado FFA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all these outstanding exhibitors and goats a round of applause. Let's also thank one more time our judge, Kevin Newsom, for coming out and evaluating our goats today. We have showmanship results for the Market Goat Show. Our buckle winner today went to Whitley Whitlow of Skidmore Tynan FFA. And our jacket winners, in no particular order, went to Dylan Miller of West FFA, Jody Shearer of Atascosa FFA, and Davis Hutto of El Dorado FFA. If all these exhibitors will come to the stage after this final drive, we will get with you about the awards. As we are prepared for our final results of the Market Goat Show, very pleased to have our Rodeo Austin president, Eddie Ledesma, who will be presenting the Grand Champion banner today, and our vice president and secretary treasurer, Lance Lively, will be presenting the Reserve Champion banner. Thank you both for joining us. We are ready for the final results.
Well, as we get here today, let's start out by giving all these that have made it this far in this deal a really good round of applause. I've been doing this for 30 years with my kids, and there's just not a better program or a better hobby you can get your kids into. And you know, I just want to tell you that we've been really privileged in all these barns to kind of be sheltered from some of the stuff that happens in the world. And those of you in Houston this last week knows how close that can get, and it's a little scary for us. And so take your kids and hug them and watch them and keep them involved in these kind of programs, because these are the exact kind of programs that keep us away and sometimes let us just turn off some of the things that are going on in our world today. And so it's nice to be able to come to these events and know that these are family events. It's always a tough deal, and as long as I've been doing this, I go to different judges, and you always come in there and you have such high hopes whenever you come. But I've learned over the years that it doesn't matter if you don't hit a guy one time, you might hit him the next time. And I've always used it to go out and challenge myself to just slow down and think about what I need to do to get better. And the kids that are right out here have probably done that. They've worked hard to get better. They haven't always been right here. And I just hope each and every one of you will take that and say, hey, you know what, this was a good opportunity for me to get better. Because it's real easy to get upset and think, well, you know, I just can't hit that guy, but you can. And it's always a good deal. One thing I want to tell you, just from being here last year, there was a lot more difference in these goats than there was this year. And I think there was a lot of ag teachers, county agents, moms and dads that went home and said, okay, you know what? I know what I need to haul him. I might not have hit him this time. So if you'll look at those goats, there's not a lot of difference, folks. They're all cool-fronted. They're neat-made. They've got muscle. They've got bone. They've got structure. And they're the kind that I like. And if you were here, it should have been an easier deal for you to come back and try to hit me, and because I believe that those goats are really consistent. I want to compliment Rodeo Austin. It's just been a wonderful 2 years. I've enjoyed it. They've treated me great. Lots of hard work here. This was a real challenge for everybody and for them to get all of us between here and Houston, and the transition has been really good, and so I appreciate all of that. Let's give them one more round of applause. We've just got a super tremendous set of goats, and I've already got my mind made up, so I'll get these guys to help me, and we'll go out and congratulate the one that suits me for your champion goat for 2017. Y'all gonna take it out, or?
Folks, one more time, let's give our judge a hand for the hard work he's put in today. Our grand champion goat went to Hayden Schrader of Early FFA, and reserve went to Davis Hutto of El Dorado FFA. Congratulations to both of these exhibitors.
Really a good built sheep that wins this particular drive. And again, in terms of skeletal correctness, a sheep that you really like from his blade back and the way that he's level down his top and transitions into a good hip and dock. And you put your hands on him, he doesn't disappoint in terms of muscle mass. Now, there's a sheep that's got a bigger rack. He's got a bigger dorsal groove going down his top. But I think in relation to this sheep's frame, in his four-rib shape and the amount of bone and foot that he has, that's the one that presents a really nice look, a really sound, complete kind of a skeleton. I like him to win this particular class. The one with the big rack comes in second. Big groove down this one's back, and when he gets stuck on profile, I could maybe sort him and switch that pair. It's when we put him in motion, this guy wants to fall apart in terms of his balance and look up front. When she gets him stuck, he presents a nice look. Again, as we study him in motion, he just doesn't handle himself quite as well. Good profiling sheep in third, just needs a little more to him in regards to top side shape. Doesn't handle his loin edge quite as wide or as deep as the two that start the class. But again, from profile, you really like the length of hind saddle, length of body, freshness of handle that sheep offers. Parts and pieces of this sheep in fourth I really like. From his hook bone forward, I think he could contend to win the class. Big in his chest, big in his rib, big in his top. It's when we put him in motion, he wants to get it a little rounder and shorter out of his hip. Nice profiling up-fronted sheep comes next. Adequate in terms of shape down his top, just not comparative to the others that start the drive in terms of top side power. Built right, just not enough sheep there. Good class winner. Put your hands together for all the kids.
Results from Class 18 medium wools. 10th place went to Preston Isom, Lampasas County 4-H. 9th was Riley Schmidt, Midlothian FFA. 8th was Megan Retzloff, Live Oak County 4-H. 7th was Colby Allensworth, Rudder FFA. 6th went to Hallie Clayman, Nazareth FFA. 5th was Costin Allison, Coryell County 4-H. 4th was Riley Greeton, Midlothian FFA. 3rd went to Reese Dunham, Kendall County 4-H. In 2nd, we have Peyton Crenwelge, Kerr County 4-H. And our class winner went to Lindsay Trent, Henrietta FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Our TLBA results for that class, coming in first place, Lindsay Trent. Breeder was Cantrell Club Lambs of Chico. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors. Let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, in this particular class, we've got a lot of different kinds of sheep, and again, for me, the one that wins is the most complete. He's not the thickest one in here, but again, in terms of just enough muscle shape to be certainly more than practical from an industry perspective, this guy still maintains a really fresh, youthful look. At this particular weight and maturity, we need to find sheep that still maintain some fresh, youthful handle down their top, still maintain some youthfulness and some leanness over their 12th and 13th rib. And I think this guy does that very well, presents a nice look from profile. I think the bigger backed option is the Weather in second. With that, he's getting more mature in the way that he's looking up through the front 1/3 of his body, specifically at the point of his shoulder. Wants to get a little easy in his top line at times, but this guy's got a tremendous amount of muscle down his top. He's big out of his hip and hind leg as well. Sheep in third from his hook bone forward. I like him as good as anything in the class. I think he's got enough shape and power down his top. It's when we put him in motion, he wants to round out of his hip, got a little more set to his hock and hind leg. Speckled Weather comes next. I like a lot of things about him. I like his turn to his rib. I like his depth of body. He's real productive through the center part of his cage. This guy gets a little piecey up front in terms of his depth through his breastplate, rounds off his hip just a tick, and then a big stout one that completes the top 5. This one gets a little uglier up front, if you will, for lack of better terms. We need to extend him out through his chest and elevate his chest, just make him more attractive for his front 1/3. Good one on top. Let's congratulate these kids.
Results from Class 19 medium wools. In 10th place, we had Gracie Smith, Randall County 4-H. 9th was Caitlin Caldwell, Heritage FFA. 8th place went to Hannah Morris, Sunray FFA. 7th was Brig Hawkins, Johnson County 4-H. 6th was Bryce Klein, Stephenville FFA. 5th went to Josh Hawkins, Johnson County 4-H. 4th was Jake Smith, Randall County 4-H. 3rd went to Miles Mathis, Clayburgh Kennedy County 4-H. In 2nd, we have Jerry Wayne Bates III from Lakey FFA. And our class winner was Rodney Dunham of Kendall County 4-H. Congratulations to these medium wool exhibitors. TLBA results from that class. First place with Rodney Dunham, breeder was Hill Country Show Lambs of Bernie. And in 5th place with Josh Hawkins, breeder was Hawkins Livestock of Cleburne.
Well, a good way to end the classes in the medium wool division here. I think we've got a pair of sheep that are very similar, and yet the class winner won it when he came in. And for a sheep weighing in the 180 range, that's pretty big, boys, in this particular drive. And so I think he's still fresh. I think he's still youthful in the way that he reads down his top, and he's definitely lean enough compositionally over his rib. He's surprisingly massive when you get in right behind him and study him through the center part of his leg. Just a really unique sheep to start the class with. And as I said all day, I'm going to follow likes with likes. I think the 1 and 2nd is the most like him. As a matter of fact, he may be even a little bolder in his rib, and I like that about him. He just doesn't have the shape and power that he needs to from behind compared to the class winner, but that's a nice pair on top that complement each other very well. Big back, big-headed one comes next. Young man does a good job with him. He's big rib, very productive through the center part of his body. Compared to the two that start the drive, he's a little lower in his chest, doesn't tie his neck in quite as high at the top of his blade. But for this particular weight, he's still fresh and youthful enough to be a contender in this class. Good sheep in 4, just meat and potatoes kind. Needs to be a little stouter in regards to his skeleton, maybe stouten him up and lengthen him out from his last rib back, but he's got plenty of shape and power. Good-looking sheep that completes the top 5. He blends his bone in nice in terms of his skeleton and his rib. He's a sheep that no doubt's given up the most muscle and power as he goes away from you of anything in the top 5. Good class, good pair on top.
Results from Class 20. 10th place was Juna Glasscock, Llano County 4-H. 9th was Hayden Ament, Coryell County 4-H. 8th went to Kyle Trejo, Moulton FFA. 7th was Tyler Robertson, Giddings FFA. 6th was Austin Silva, Academy Pride FFA. In 5th, we had Jackson Zimmerman, Robertson County 4-H. 4th went to Cheyenne Northcutt, Jordanton FFA. 3rd was Trey Harbor, Coryell County 4-H. And 2nd, we had Darren Saltemeyer, Johnson City FFA. And our class winner was Tanner Lewis Swinson, Hopkins County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. TLBA results for that class. In first place with Tanner Swinson, breeder was Chabot Club Lambs of Lot. We are ready for our medium wool drive. Out of Class 11, first place went to Tara Glasscock, Early FFA. Class 12, first went to Hudson Franklin, Lubbock County 4-H. Class 13, first place went to Reagan Hamlin, Howard County 4-H. From Class 14, in first we had Tori Fraze, Comanche County 4-H. From Class 15, first place went to Katie Price, Smithson Valley FFA. Class 16, first place went to Garrett Phillips, Comfort FFA. From Class 17, first place went to Aspen Martin, Mason County 4-H. In Class 18, we had Lindsay Trent in first place from Henrietta FFA. From Class 19, first place went to Rodney Dunham, Kendall County 4-H. And in Class 20, first place went to Tanner Lewis Swinson, Hopkins County 4-H. Back at Class 11, our second place went to Johan Grotgut, Deaf Smith 4-H. Second place out of Class 12 went to Maddie Ferris, Kendall County 4-H. From Class 13, second place went to Posh Gibbs, Valverde County 4-H. Class 14, second place went to Morgan Hollingsworth, Valverde County 4-H. Class 15, second place went to Madison Trelica, New Home FFA. Class 16, second went to Carly Winfrey, Seminole FFA. Class 17, second place went to Sloan Stoltz, Mason FFA. Class 18, second place went to Peyton Crenwelge, Kerr County 4-H. In Class 19, second place went to Jerry Wayne Bates III from Lakey FFA. And from Class 20, second place went to Darren Saltemeyer, Johnson City FFA. Folks, let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Well, before we transition into the champion drive, I think, again, it's an honor and a privilege to step in the ring with the young people and work with them and analyze their stock. And these three I pulled out specifically, I think those are the three that suit me again in terms of skeletons and combination of quality and muscle. And you put your hands on them, I think they're still acceptable in regards to carcass weight and real-world scenario in terms of industry standards. And as we start with the young lady's lighter weight sheep, that one's just built right, in my opinion. He's really good in terms of his lines. He's not the most explosive sheep of the lineup, but I think he's certainly one that blends a nice forerib. So consequently, he's got enough rack shape to him. He's got a nice turn to his edge. Really a nice, complete, cool-looking sheep to win that particular class. Young man that is in the middle there, I'm not sure what class that one came in out of, 5 or 6. I think he's one that once he gets him stuck, I commented on him being so tall. That sheep's a lot bigger than he looks, and when he gets him stuck and gets that chest floor up, that booger's pretty good. I think he's one that transitions again into a nice top side shape. He's not the most powerful one that we've seen all day, but I like muscle type instead of muscle mass, and I think he blends what he has very well, and I think he transitions that into a nice square hip. Of the trio that we have out there, no doubt that the big backed one is the young lady in the bluish shirt over here. Just a massive topside shape in the guy, got a big rack in him, got an extremely deep, aggressive turn to his edge. And I think he's adequate in terms of muscle from behind. Again, there's been more shapely sheep down low than what he's been, but again, the muscle type is a lot more important to me than just sheer muscle mass. So I think they're all very practical. I think they're all very sound. I know what I'm going to do for champion. I don't know what I'm going to do for reserve. Young lady in the blue shirt will be the champion. Let's pull him out. Go ahead and pull him out, and then we'll take this sheep out, and then I'll analyze those three. Let's put our hands together one more time for all these medium old exhibitors. Well, we bring the young man out of the class where the champion was, and he doesn't taint this lineup at all. We talked to him in a class about being extremely big in his top as well. He's a little rounder off of both ends of his skeleton, and that's still the case. Gets a little bowler about the point of his shoulder, a little round out of his hip. But in terms of sheer power and carcass merit, compositionally, you like this weather really well. Okay. Lucky for the lady that yelled. That's the reserve.
Our champion medium wool went to Aspen Martin, Mason County 4-H, and reserve went to Reagan Hamlin, Howard County 4-H. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors. Here shortly, we will have our other breed champion and reserve champions come to the ring, and we will have our grand drive. We also want to announce our showmanship winner for the Market Lamb Show. Winner of the Tommy Dodd Memorial, receiving a belt buckle and a $1,000 education incentive. Our winner today, please come to the announcer stand after the final drive. Our winner of this award will be Tori Fraze of Comanche County 4-H. And there's been a request after the completion of the show for all of our graduating seniors to meet behind the bleachers. I think they want to take a group picture. All right, we are ready for our Grand Champion Drive. Our champion fine wool today was exhibited by Strand Stoltz of Mason FFA. Our champion fine wool cross came from Trace Davidson of Reagan County 4-H. Our champion South Down today was exhibited by Carson Milliken of Gaines County 4-H. And our champion medium wool was brought to us by Aspen Martin of Mason County 4-H. Our reserve champion fine wool came from Caleb Cott of Kimball County 4-H. Reserve champion fine wool cross went to Sarita Short of Panther Creek FFA. Our reserve champion South Down came from Hudson Lee of Nueces County 4-H. And our reserve champion medium wool came from Reagan Hamlin of Howard County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all these outstanding exhibitors a big round of applause. While we're at it, why don't we give one more round of applause to our illustrious lamb judge, Chad Coburn, for coming out and evaluating our animals. Folks, I also want to introduce and welcome the two individuals that are going to present the Grand and Reserve Grand banners today. Our Grand Champion banner for the Lamb Show is going to be presented by the president for Rodeo Austin, which is Eddie Ledesma. And our Reserve Grand Champion banner is going to be presented by the vice president and secretary treasurer, which is Lance Lively. Thanks for both of those individuals being here with us today to present our banners. We appreciate it.
Well, I know most of the crowd is gone, but again, it's been fun to analyze these lambs. Just got back from Oklahoma City and did the OYE goat show, and so I've had a pretty busy week, and then head to Houston from here with the steers. So not going to take too long and comment about these. We did that within the respective breed, but I'm really pleased with the lineup. Again, we've got a lot of sheep that exhibit quality, structural correctness, and still have some muscularity. There's two of them that fit together very easy. Not going to waste more time. Both medium wolves will be champion reserve.
Our Grand Champion Lamb goes to Aspen Martin of Mason County 4-H, and Reserve Grand goes to Reagan Hamlin, Howard County 4-H. Congratulations to these two exhibitors and the rest of the exhibitors that participated today. Be careful going home.